to order. Note that the meetings may be recorded and posted on the Wheatland County website. Are there any additions to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I have one addition under the Corporate and Financial Services Report, the June bank reconciliation. It's been handed out this morning for everyone's information, so that'll be under 4.4B.2.
So 4.4B2? And that's that report that was just handed out here.
Yeah, the June bank reconciliation was just handed out, Mr. Chairman.
Any other additions?
I have a couple of comments about the more Ag Society, but I can do my report under 14.
Okay, I'll just leave that. That'll just be part of your report then. Okay, any other comments? Jim?
Mr. Chairman, first reading for Thiessen Direct Control Bylaw be under, it'd be after 1 o'clock, so it could be left under 2.
Sorry, can't hear you, Jim.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a first reading for Direct Control Bylaw for Thiessen. That has to occur after 1 o'clock this afternoon. So
Which number is that one?
you could put it in as
2.1
2.3.
or
2.3.
2.2 development permits. That's the only thing I see for direct control is 2.2.
So 2.2G then, if you'd like. It's a different one than all
I
the
don't,
Douglas.
which one are we talking about? I don't have one here.
2.3, let's put that under 2.3C. It's an addition that planning would like to do, but
Okay.
we'd like to do that after the.
So that's a handout or,
That'll come this afternoon as a presentation and a handout, yes.
okay. You said at 1, we have public hearings,
Mr. Chairman, after the public hearings and after the development permits,
right?
so it'll be 2.3C.
Okay. First reading. I'll just put afternoon. Okay, Don?
I got some comments in regards to 2.2, and I'd just soon have them in camera.
We'd have to go on camera before 2.2 then. Okay, I'll let that,
So, Mr. Chairman, that would be a legal matter, I believe, correct?
okay, legal.
And that's prior to 2.2.
I would think you would want it before, yeah, okay. Any other additions? Jim, did I see a hand? No, you're writing, okay. Our peripheral vision is. Go ahead.
I'll move the amended agenda.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Adoption of the minutes, June 21st, 2016, public hearing minutes for bylaws 2016-07, 2016-12, 2016-13, and bylaw 2016-16. Bernice? Also moved. Bernice is moved. Any questions or concerns? All in favor? All in favor? Sorry. All in favor? Opposed? All in favor? Carried. And minutes for July 5th, 2016, regular council meeting minutes.
So moved.
Ben is moved. Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Appreciate that. And the July 19th, 2016 regular council meeting minutes. Don, any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. And we'll go to 2.1, public, that's at 1 o'clock. So we got 2.2. I'll entertain a motion to go in camera now then.
Mr. Chairman, can we go to 2.3
2.3?
and deal with
Okay.
those this morning if we could? A
Does
and B.
anybody have any trouble going to 2.3? Not seeing any?
Can you give me a page?
What's that? Request for decision, Alberta Municipal Affairs Internship Training Planning and Intern. Brenda?
I so move the council approve an overnight accommodation for 3 nights for Wheatland County planning intern to attend the Alberta Municipal Affairs Internship Training in Edmonton.
Any questions? All in favor? Carried. And request for decision, supervisor, workshop manager, planning and development. Ken?
Overnight accommodations for the county manager of planning and development for a one-day workshop in Edmonton on the 28th of October.
Any questions? All in favor? Carried. One more is for after lunch. Afternoon, I have it down. Okay, we'll go to unfinished business, or we want to go back up to 2.2? We can just keep going. Okay. Do we have any business arising? Then we'll go to new business. Request for decision, bylaw 2015-52, road closure, second and third readings. Ben's moved second reading. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Don's moved third reading. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. And do we need a motion to dispose of the property? Ellen? Nope, okay. Request for decision, bylaw 2015-53, road closure. Page 166.
Second.
Ben's moved second reading. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Don has moved third reading. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, amendment to resolution 15-03-82, road plan. Why are we changing the number?
Mr. Chairman, as attached, there's a letter from Alberta Transportation we received in January, had the incorrect plan number on there.
Okay.
And when I went to land titles caught it and said that doesn't work, so that's why we need to have that amended. Never trust someone else.
Okay, I'll approve the amendment.
Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, joint use agreement, Strathmore K-9 school and recreation facility. Alice?
I had some questions when I read this agreement between Town of Strathmore, Wheatland County, and Golden Hills. One of the things I noticed on one of the signing pages is that let me go here. Golden Hills School Division, it had the chair, I'm sorry, the Devron to sign. And I would think, would that not have to be the chair of Golden Hills School Division and not the, no, it's a question maybe to Alan.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I can answer that. That was brought up, and Bevan has the authority to sign on behalf of the board under the School Act.
But I have an issue with that because I've heard rumors, and it's rumors.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just before you go on with that, we don't have control over the school board. That's under a separate act, the School Act, and there is different legislation under it. That's something you may want to take up with the board, or council may want to discuss with the board if there's concerns. But
Well,
he
I'm
has that
sorry.
authority. He has that authority under the act.
My concern is we are dealing with the school division and not a individual who is sitting in a position. So to me, it would be the chair of Golden Hills that should be, this be attention to, a copy to Devon. I have no problem, but who is the signing authority here? So if you're doing a legal document, it should be with the chair of the school division, not the superintendent. That's my opinion. And so,
Yes. Does the superintendent have signing authority with this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, he does.
So that's their issue, who they appoint as signing authorities.
so could we not have both put on that paper so that you are covering what's happening?
I imagine you could send a request through to ask them if they would mind doing that, but that still has nothing to do with where we're coming from. We would still deal with our portion of it. But
Well,
it's still a legal document. The school board is still bound by it.
But I'm thinking we're on a different page. We're on the second one.
but I think that.
This
I
is the
didn't-
one with
yeah.
Wheatland County
Yeah, it
here?
is. That is
But we're on
under
the
there.
first one with Strathmore. I don't see a signing page on that one.
I don't either.
It
I
wasn't
think we jumped
included.
ahead of one.
It wasn't included, and that was my comment on that as well, Glenn, because the same town of Strathmore should be the mayor and the
I
county.
don't see any
Yeah,
signing
so-
papers here.
No, I don't see anything, and that was my issue as well.
But I'm sure the appropriate signing page will be.
On
listed
page, yeah, on page 2, under
Which,
review,
are you on which one?
the first one, with the town of Strathmore, Wheatland County, and the school division,
Joint use agreement?
joint use agreement.
Page 2, yeah.
Page 2. Number 2A, it talks about the fiscal year. I'm looking at, it needs to be quarterly. You know, the reporting says the town will manage in the financial administration of the RRF and provide reports based on the municipal fiscal year, celebrated year. I would think it would need to be ever quarterly to keep everybody up to date on what's going on. It's just a suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, under under 2C, the town will provide financial reports to the partners quarterly during the first year of this agreement and semi-annually thereafter.
And I have an issue with that because we're talking councils changing, and what happens when council changes and then there's new council and they don't know anything about it. So I think that it needs to be quarterly and that other part taken out. That the town will provide financial reports to the partners quarterly. Because you have a change, you can have a change in administration, you can have a change in council, and who knows what's going on. So it's just a protection for everyone.
You want A taken out?
So, Mr. Chairman, let me read that again.
Yeah,
The
read
town
that
will
again
provide
carefully.
financial reports to the partners quarterly during the first year of this agreement and semi-annually thereafter. So the intention of that is this operation of this facility likely will start operation next September of 2017. There's election in October of 2017. The first quarterly report will be likely December. That'll be the first quarter. And then there'll be quarterly reports throughout 2018. Starting in 2019, they'll be semi-annual. Unless there is opportunity in the agreement to do more reports if there is issues. But it would be a minimum of quarterly for the first year. So you're not going to get reports next month because there's nothing to
No.
report on.
No,
Not till it starts operating. So just so you understand where the kind of the timeframes come into play. They're the minimum, these are the minimums. These are not the maximums, they're the minimums.
Right.
So if either council decides, hey, we want reports on a quarterly basis, then that's not a problem.
Through the chair, I don't know if that's to me, it's not a big issue because it's a binding document, whether the council changes or administration changes. They're still bound to do the minimum requirements, whether it's the quarterly one or the twice a year. If either one of the three councils want more information, they can request it at any time. It doesn't have to be tied up in the contract.
Yeah, your contract is four corners of this document. When you sign it, you're bound by this document, not what could happen. So,
So I'm still not, it still doesn't bother me to have reports every 6 months. It's not an issue with me. I don't see why we would need them every quarter.
So presently, Alice had asked for 2A to be removed.
no,
You still want that in?
I just said.
We'll
it-
leave
it-
2A in, and then you wanted to have quarterly in perpetuity
Yes.
on 2C.
Yes,
Okay,
on C, right. That
Okay,
would
does
work.
any-
I would be fine with that.
okay. And Ben had made a comment, he's happy with the way it is. So in the essence of time, I'll just take a straw vote on 2C. Any counselor? Is council happy the way it's written, or would you like to have it quarterly and perpetuity added in as a replacement? Instead of semi-annually, you go to quarterly forever and ever after. Brenda?
I guess, originally when we set this up, and I don't know how this can be included in there, but we were meeting as three entities, a group that continues to work with the recreational facility, whether it be that group meeting quarterly and assigning it to continue with what you have, but at least put that committee that meets regularly and looks at the financials or what needs to be done or into future and comes back to report on council. Because it's now gone down to meetings of CAOs and superintendents, and councils and school boards have been and left off the invitation list for this recreational facility. And I don't know what to report back other than like to our ratepayers. So I don't know how we can inclusive as a committee that we meet biannually or whatever, semi-annually, or, and then I don't have a problem with the reporting because at least the committees are talking about the recreational facility ongoing, whether it be twice a year or 3 times a year. then I don't have a problem if you're going to continue with the approach of meeting.
Okay, thanks. I'm taking financial management and reporting. These reports will be made available to the respective boards and councils, not to the committees. They'll be directly made available to Wheatland County.
These will be public documents that'll be provided to the county, which will be in your package, which will be openly discussed. Yeah, on a quarterly basis in the first year and then semi-annually after that. Yeah.
So right now, my question is happy with C? Who? Ben said he'd like to see C.
First year it's
It
quarterly.
is quarterly for the first year. And then semi-annually, quarterly, and perpetuity.
Like it the way it is right now, quarterly for a year and then semi-annually after that. That's what it is.
Um,
'Cause that has nothing to do with the committee meeting. Get together every month.
We got four saying C, so we'll just leave it as C now.
Just before you carry on, Mr. Chairman, all due respect, I mean, if council decides after the first 6 months of operation that they need it monthly, it's a simple request. And the partners either do it or they don't, right? As a group. We've felt that quarterly, we started with monthly and we thought, well, why? What would we be able to report monthly that would be earth shattering? We thought quarterly we need to for the first year because you need the data. We need the data as we move along and everybody needs to be informed of what's going on. Once it's an operation and we get a feel for the operation of it, it's not going to change much over the year. You have to keep in mind that during the months of June, July, and August, it'll be totally dead. That quarterly report won't tell you anything. There'll be very little revenue, very little activity in there. There'll be a lot of maintenance activities taking place. So just keep in mind these are minimums. So don't get stuck on it. It's quarterly, or it's going to be only semi-annual. If you guys requested it quarterly in a year's time or 2 years' times from now, then the town can provide that. We didn't want to, at this point, and the town has approved this document, as you're probably aware, they don't want to have a whole bunch of information that no one's reading anyway. Okay? Do you want to read 20 pages of financial reports monthly? I guess if you do, then that's fine, but our experience has been not everybody's going to want that information. So it's available. If somebody makes a request and says, you know, where are we at? We can certainly do that. Okay?
Any other comments?
Can I give my comment? The reason I was looking at it, Alan, is quite often, and we already see what's happening in the town where we have facilities that are 1.4 million in the red. I would hate to sit here as a councillor and find out semi-annually that we're that kind of debt. So that was my reasoning for it, is that it keeps everybody up to date. And if something is going wrong and the revenue isn't coming in, to at least cover the expenses. And you made a comment, oh, well, nothing's going to happen for 3 months through the summer. I would bloody well hope there would be something going on in this facility for those 3 months. That's what the facility is being put in for. You see where I'm coming from? So that's why I think, I understand what you're saying, but it's a new facility, and I'd like to see this facility at least pay its expenses and not be something that is a debt on everybody's back.
This facility, we're estimating will lose $200,000 a year.
Yeah, well, I don't see anywhere in this document that was something under
That was
revenue.
brought up when the motion was made.
Yeah.
I made that suggestion to you that this facility will lose $250,000. We've estimated $200,000.
Yeah,
That's where we're at right now, and that's an estimate because we don't know. We're basing that on other facilities that have
Exactly.
been operated. It will lose money. We knew that getting in. We budgeted, as a matter of fact, $70,000 for the next 5 years in the 5-year capital, in the 5-year operating budget to cover that deficit.
And that was one, yeah.
Track here, we're talking about an operational issue, and this is a reporting issue. Okay. So it is, at a minimum, semi-annually, quarterly for the first year has been indicated. If we want it quarterly after the first year, it certainly can be asked for and probably achieved. Any other questions? Rex?
It's my own misfortune. I had missed the motion for the commitment for the project. Don't know where I was sleeping. I didn't realize that we were committing to the expenses as well. I think originally when they had we had been approached, my understanding was it was just a commitment to build the facility. I didn't understand at that point in time anyways that we were going to be on the hook for the expenses. Now, that may be a little naive of myself to want to contribute some funding there and not supply the ongoing expense. I'm not sure which, but I guess I'm a little bit surprised at this. I just missed that for whatever reason. So I wasn't here that day, so I wasn't able to make my comments, so I'm just making a few now. I can't go back on that, but I just wanted to make that statement.
Brenda?
Yeah, I guess revenue and expenses based upon A, B, C, D, I guess. It says a common capital maintenance fund. And I guess where we put it would be in a dedicated reserve, and then that reserve would be approved. And so I'd like to see that in a dedicated reserve versus a common capital maintenance fund. And that means that then the reserve is allocated towards that facility specifically. And I think that would be, is that something through the chair to Alan?
And that's what's intended. The wording, I guess, is what you'd like changed, I assume. That's correct, yeah. No problem at all. Whatever that wording that council would like to see is no issue.
Go ahead.
Different places I've seen here is the school is saying that there are, it's in kind from the school. So I think that has to be spelled out in the maintenance. Is this in kind? Are they going to say, oh, well, this is in kind, or is this actually 20% cash? So I think it needs to be clarified on that one.
Okay. So the majority of it is identified in the agreement as in kind for the school division, for the
So where it says in kind will be in kind, the rest is, so who's going to assume that if it isn't written in English?
I believe it's written in there, but if we need to clarify that a little bit more, we can certainly change the
Yeah,
wording.
I think we need to, just a little bit to say that it's actually going to be money, it's not going to be in kind. They say, oh, well, that's what we meant. So there isn't a meeting of the mind on that one, I think.
What are you talking about?
On the maintenance cost?
Well, it's in here under staffing.
It's
Under the
under-
maintenance, yeah.
I'm not, yeah, I know.
Under staffing, the school division will employ cleaning staff,
Yeah.
clean the gym area,
Yeah.
and of the RRF, and no cost to the municipal partners. The school division will be reimbursed by the municipal partners for any cleaning hours required to clean the community portion of the, and oversight and emergency response support during school hours at no cost, and hours, and the school division may extend the hours of cleaning staff into non-school hours and be reimbursed by the partners.
It's paragraph one, A, I was talking about, Ben.
Paragraph what?
A and maintenance cost. A.
9A?
Under 8. Under 8, maintenance cost. So the first paragraph, it seems to say they're going to put 20% in, but everything else shows that it's in kind. So I just wanted to clarify that the first paragraph is actually going to be in money, because all the way through, it's kind of in kind from, and I've heard Devin say over and over again, we have no money to put into this. So I don't want a surprise to say that the school division isn't going to put 20% in on that first paragraph. I mean cash, not in kind. It's 20% cash. The rest, if they go in kind, I haven't an issue.
Mr. Chairman, before we get too far ahead, I just, under 3D, I just wanted to reread what I've got suggested in here. Net profit, if any, will be accounted for, and 30% will be attributed to the county and placed into a common capital maintenance reserve fund administered by the partners. Is that suitable?
That's a change on 3D.
3D, yeah, Councillor
Okay.
Knight had requested an
I can
addition.
go with that.
I don't know if that's,
Yeah, like I just would like it in
yeah,
a,
and that's the full intent.
okay, yeah. And
But it's not clear in here.
specifically
I
clear.
understand.
And the only reason I say that is because when we do our reserves, we have to have a motion of council that that's what it's
And
specifically
each one of the
used for.
partners will have to have
That
a
same motion.
Or, in the
Yeah.
case of the school division, because they have a different act, the superintendent at the time can make that recommendation or has the authority to do that, I should say.
Okay.
If that's okay, is that okay?
Yeah, that change is good.
Yeah, I think it just didn't, it's a common fund, and I just didn't thought it would be prudent on our part to make sure that the fund is dedicated. And the other thing is by having that dedicated fund, then the government won't consider it as it's allocated. So those funds are allocated specifically to that facility.
I'm still having a problem with number 8 with where Alice is coming from. When the school will provide in-kind daily minor maintenance at no cost to the partners.
Saying costs incurred by the contracted services will be shared.
And then it goes on to say that they're dealing with administration.
So-
They're maintaining the grounds and cutting the grass. There's no cost to anybody.
Perhaps I can elaborate a little bit more on that. Excuse me. So what would happen during the day, the school division will have administrative staff there, and they can book that. Be no cost to the partners. That's an in-kind, because they've got staff there anyway, right? That's one example. Cutting the grass, they have to cut the grass anyway, so that's kind of an in-kind, the school grounds. Clearing of the portion of the parking lot that's going to be paved, the school has to do that to operate, things like that. The additional parking that's not required for the school, that has to be done by the partners, right? Okay? So there's certain things that the school can provide as in-kind, such as those as examples. So if it's not clear in here, we can work on some wording, I guess. We felt when we've gone through this agreement, we felt that it was fairly clear at this point. There is an opportunity for this to be reviewed after 18 months, because there are probably some things that we haven't thought of, and maybe there's some things here that we've maybe overkilled on. That typically happens, so there is maybe a cooling off period or a consideration period after a year and a half of operation, that we can come back to this agreement and say, yeah, there's a couple things here we need to review, and at that time, I guess that's when the partners will have to buckle down and decide on if they want to, seriously be involved in it, or if there's changes going to be required. So there is an opportunity, so.
Brenda?
So through the chair to Alan, with regards to in-kind, and so even if the county decided, we went in and decided we're going to do the parking lot for them for 2 months or whatever of the winter season because they don't have the equipment, blah, 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 blah. So our in-kind and the school division's in-kind and the town of Strathmore's in-kind, is that included into the 30, 20, and 50%? And if that's the case, then it should be worded in there that Golden Hill, any in-kind services is to be included in the percentage on those books. Does that make?
And or not.
And or not, yes.
I know exactly what you're saying, and the simple answer to that is no. because at this time, we don't know what that's gonna be. That's why after a year and a half, we wanna review that and see how much in-kind is actually there.
Yeah.
There is some in-kind consideration that the town's gonna have, because we've talked about that, it makes sense for them to clear the parking lot. And how do we do that? I guess we could say we're gonna contract that out, and then the partner share, is that the most effective way? We've had those discussions. We don't feel it's the most effective way. We need to have that operating to know. So no, it's not. It's not a cut and dry 20, 30, 50 type thing
Yeah.
at this point. Alice?
That's where I sometimes had some issues there, because we're back and forth on this. You're right. And I think what you said a minute ago, Alan, was very critical. We want the 70,000, right, to go into that fund for maintenance, and we need it because there's going to be a loss. We suspect that's why this facility's going to be. So I think it's got to be clear what is going to be allowed in kind and what isn't. So if we're going to do the percentages, everybody don't put that percentage in for that maintenance, and there is no way you're going to come in with the county saying, yeah, but I went and plowed the snow, so I'm going to take it out of my 30%, right? I think we got to be really cut and dried so that maintenance money is in there no matter what. And I think that's where I'm having a little bit of a problem here with the school, because they're 20%, you know, they're talking in kind, and under that 8, it's still, it's so gray there, that they're talking about daily in kind, and then they go cost incurred by the school division through contracted services will be shared by all the partners.
Can I explain, can I try to
Then all the
explain?
partners are going to put in that amount.
Yeah, so what ends up happening is the school division does have maintenance staff, cleaning staff, so, and like I mentioned, administrative staff. So that would be where the in-kind is. Now,
Yeah.
let's say a boiler goes down, the maintenance staff services that boiler on a daily basis, you know, does the maintenance on
Yeah.
that. But there's something they can't do. That's when the contracted services kicks in.
Yeah.
That's where we share. That's not an in-kind. That's a cash contribution by each partner.
Yeah.
And likely the way it would work in operation, in reality, would be the school division would coordinate that, and we would reimburse the school because they're there. It's their maintenance people that are maintaining it, right? We wouldn't be sending our maintenance guy down. It wouldn't make any sense, right? So that, I don't know if that clarifies it a little bit, but there's an example with a boiler, let's say, the day-to-day ongoing, you know, maintaining of it. That's an in-kind contribution they're going to do as part of their contribution to the operation, okay? So there's really no accounting for that because the guy's there anyway, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Or the lady's there anyway, maintaining the other equipment. But the minute they can't do something, if that boiler needs to be retubed, they got to bring in a contractor, then that has to be shared by the partners. Does that make more sense? I don't know if that
That
helps
makes
at all.
more sense to me, but I think we have to cut in, you know, make it a little more clear in that somehow.
Brenda?
But you also have to, it's okay, it makes it clear for us, and there's an advantage to both municipalities. But if you look at it from a school board perspective, their in-kind is valuable to that, and they have a dollar value to that. So that's why I guess there's a
Again-
dollar value to that in-kind service, no matter who does it.
You're right, and in all due respect, they recognize that, and their superintendent is making a commitment that they're going to provide that. Right or wrong, and you know, he's making that commitment on behalf of the school board. And I think that's great. I mean,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. There's maybe some concern, maybe that commitment will be pulled down the road, then I guess then this whole agreement comes up for review, and there's a mechanism for that. There's a mechanism in here as you get further through it, for review of the joint use agreement. There's a dispute resolution mechanism to deal with those unfortunate situations that may arise, and it may arise.
I think
Right.
through the chair, this draft is, this is fine as far as I'm concerned, because it's going to be reviewed in 18 months. It has to be. It's in
As per
here
this
that it has
agreement.
to be reviewed in 18 months. So all these questions will come back to the floor in 18 months, and there'll be more clarification. And if there's any adjustment, then that's the time to make the adjustment, not now, because we don't know what they are.
We're we're conjecturing, and they're good questions. Don't get me wrong, they're very good questions. And that's why we put that in, and that was the first thing we talked about, was the review of this agreement. We know that there's gonna be things we missed, things that we maybe overkilled on, that maybe aren't that big a priority, that we're gonna need to review this. So the review of the joint use agreement, number 10, is a very important point, and number 11 is dispute resolution. If one of the partners is, unhappy or there's a disagreement to arise, and there may likely be. If it doesn't run, not everything's gonna run smooth, we know that.
Also, there's C there too, that any partner can request I'm with Ben, I'd like to see it go.
It comes back to comments that were made on other things, that we're making a leap of faith.
Yeah,
That we're going to, and this is new, and I understand that, and there's some nervousness, I'm no different than anybody else. I'm not trying to discount what's being said. We haven't had an agreement like this with the school division and/or the town ever.
That's right.
So there's some uncertainty there, and things can change. And next year, there could be whole new people sitting around here and whole new people sitting around the town, and all of a sudden, there is conflict, right? That's why there is these mechanisms put in there, so.
Bernice?
Through the chair, I also believe that if we wait the 18 months, then we will have an idea what actually to talk about, what is the problem, instead of just speculating right now.
Council's wishes. What's your change?
So, Mr.
On that
Chairman,
3.D or
I can
something?
summarize a couple things, I guess. Under 3C, we were going to add the section where it says common capital, 3D, I'm sorry. Common Capital Maintenance Reserve Fund, administered by the parties. That was going to be added. And, that might be all. And just a note on the signing pages. As you notice, there is no maps in that attached, so those need to be amended onto there because the final drawings haven't been prepared yet. I've got some information, but nothing is final yet because we're still working through that. The intention, the way it looks right now in October, we'll have final documents, drawings, and all that we can provide to the public. We had a meeting yesterday. Lisa was there, as well as Marilyn Kaiser, who used to work for the city of Calgary at one time, and she's worked in other administrative capacities through public relations. So the town has hired her as the main contact, and we've developed a joint, well, actually Lisa prepared it, a joint with the three logos of the three partners, letterhead, that all future correspondence in regards to all three partners would go out on that letterhead. For lack of a better word, I guess, press releases, things like that. There may be unique ones to the county that you guys may want to do that say, if our residents or county residents are having specific questions, how we're funding the $3 million as an example. It's been, identified in the budget, so we haven't addressed those yet, but we can address those through our processes. But there will be a joint one that all three of us agree on, and that'll come to you guys, and here's the press release jointly prepared. So, because you'll notice in the package, there is press releases that the town prepared last week or the week, I guess it was the week before. But it specifically talks to the town. So we'll be looking for comments from council or the REEV in regards to how it affects the ratepayers here, as well as the school board will likely have comments from their board members or whatever. So just so you know where we're at. So that was yesterday. We had that meeting in regards to how we're going to work with the joint press releases and information out to the public. So we're all sending the same message. There will be, as the drawings are ready in October, there will be a set in, I think they're going to put them in the Civic Center. Is that correct? Yeah. In Strathmore. And I've requested a set here, so we'll probably put them up in the foyer. So any ratepayers that can come in can see the hard copy. They will be on our website. They will be on the social media and things like that. So just to give you an idea where that's going. So.
And it's available.
And I guess to the comment or the question or the comment, I guess, that Councillor Knight had, they are striking a committee to work on fundraising in that. And they may be looking for people from the county to sit on that. as they move forward, so,
Okay.
okay.
Brenda?
So that would also carry through to section. Yeah, that comment. And I guess. Like the new wording, and I agree with Alice that on all signatures that we're going to do, it should be.
Okay.
Elected official to elected official, and
Okay, so
if you could.
just to clarify that, so we're council would like to see an elected official on each signature line for each partner, as well as administrative official. Is that correct?
I think it's
And that's not, that won't be a problem. That's an ask. I'm sure there'll be no issue with that.
Any problems with that?
Okay, I'll make that request.
I think from the county's perspective, Ellen just can't sign it, I can't just sign it. We both have to.
That's in the MGA. The school
That's in
act is
the-
different, so they don't follow that, but I'll make that
Yeah.
request. I'm sure there'll be no issue with that. No.
Okay, any other question, Rex? Rex wants a recorded vote. Okay, so the changes are the wording and in a couple sections.
And I'll
On the
just
signing
make one
sheet.
other suggestion. There's going to be a change. It says County of Wheatland. I'll make that Wheatland County. I didn't
Okay.
catch that initially before, so. Too engrossed in the other details rather than.
Okay, any other questions? Ben's moved with the addition of the, you're okay with all that, Ben? Okay. Go ahead. And Wheatland County. Okay, part of the motion. The signing pages, elected. Yeah. Yeah. That's your motion, Ben? Yep. Any other questions? It's a recorded vote. Yeah, she got that. Any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Harwood opposed, the rest was in favor of it. Carried. Do we have time to do the next request for decision? Request for decision? E.
So this agreement would be for the facility at the Wheatland Crossing School in Wheatland County. So I'll just reiterate a couple things in regards to this. Wheatland County Council had made a commitment from reserve funds to the Golden Hill School Division in regards to the gymnasium component at this time. So this is a joint use agreement for the gymnasium. The request was to have that released, I believe, September 30th. I think it was September anyway. I'm pretty sure it was the 30th. There hasn't been any pressure put on myself, but I guess I indicated to the superintendent we would not be releasing any funds until we had a joint use agreement in place that council was happy with. So again, just look for your input and we can get back to them on that. So I appreciate there may be quite a few comments on this one as well. So.
Brenda?
So, yeah, this one was a little bit different, Alan, and
Apologize. Ideally, we'd like to have them the same, but it's pretty hard because there's
Yeah.
only two partners in this one. It's probably a little simpler than the other one. The other one's a little more convoluted because there's in-kind and all that. This one is school division is going to run it, and we just want access to it essentially. And we
Right.
want to have our ratepayers to be able to use it on a basis that they need, right? So,
And-
for our commitment to the funds.
And I guess where my commitment is under 2.2, access and priority of facility use. Because above it, in general use, their closing, cleaning fee may be charged, membership fee may be charged to use it. And then the school division reserves the right to refuse. But I guess, should they not have to provide some reasonings for refusing? So, and I don't have anything in here that says for reasons. The fee structure in the community and is approved annually by the school division, which there's no contact, it doesn't say that they have to let us know that those fees are, what those fees are. So,
Just deal with the first point you made there first, Brenda. So
Yeah,
where
for
would be the
reasons.
best place to deal with that comment or concern? Just to clarify that on the first point you made? The
So-
access,
access, yeah.
reasons,
Under the second bullet,
okay? The school
And I
division has
would-
rights to
to
book the gym?
refuse.
Is that the one you're referring to?
to refuse community, external businesses, and industry to the use of the facilities. And I would think that you would, with reasons, you just can't do it because school's closed this month, right? And,
Okay, just a minute.
okay,
I'm missing where we're going to add that, though.
right at
School, 2.2?
2.2, the second bullet.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at 2.1.
So,
Reserves the right to refuse community, external business, and industry use of the facility, providing written
for reasons.
reasons,
Oh, yeah,
explanation.
explanations.
Providing
reason
written
why.
explanations.
Because to me, it's all right that you don't want to do it, but should be for reasons.
So providing written explanation to the
Yeah.
county.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, if you want to look at this again, a lot of these need to be clarified back to the county. So all the way through, they just state the thing, but it says the fee structure, which will set the fee structure, but there's no letting us know in this
Right.
line.
Okay, so it's a
So-
similar type of comment under the next one then.
Yeah, it's sort of like, it's okay that they're doing it, but please notify us or let us know so that we can pass that forward to our own ratepayers.
With consultation to the county,
Yeah.
I think.
Well, with the fee structure, when it's a community using it, whatever, I think it just, something in there that covers expenses, so that they has to deal with that. It's not a profit-making issue for them. It's cover costs of.
Yeah, I think perhaps maybe the way it can work, my experience has been, if they provide the notification of these are the fees for the coming year, and
Yeah.
if there's a concern with that fee, let's say the fee was $30 and all of a sudden it's 180,
Yeah.
then there has to be an explanation for that that's suitable to the county, I guess, of why that's increased. And if that's not suitable, then that's where maybe a board meeting, council to board would say, why is this increased exponentially? That's been my experience, but I don't know if that works for you guys. So providing notification to the county, I think, will satisfy. And then if we're not happy, if the county's not happy with that fee, if they feel it's exorbitant, or maybe it's too low, maybe we feel it should be higher, then there's a opportunity to discuss that.
So if you go further down to 3.2, on that same note, it says Golden Hills School Division will determine all rental and access fees, and a schedule will be published in the Administrative Procedure 556. So they're going to publish it in their own, because this isn't our document. So they're publishing it in their own, so I think it should be published for us as, see where I'm saying there's a breakdown there? It's all done under Golden Hills School, but I think we need to have it either connected there, so.
We discussed this, so we felt if it was in their administrative procedure, their elected officials, their board has approved those. At some level. I don't know what their process is, but I know it's a little different than our process. So once that's approved, then they're public information, right? They're going to provide those to us. We've got that addition in there, so they're going to hopefully provide those. I think the intent would be provide them before they approve them. That's what I'm hearing, and that's
Well,
what that would say
communication.
under the previous one, under 2.2. Provide that before you get them approved. Then once they're approved, they're public information. We can make a link on our website to that. If you're going to rent that, we're just a third party to it. We're just providing
That's
some
right.
funding. But this, This agreement gives our ratepayers an opportunity to use that facility, which is outlined, right? As in the past, we haven't necessarily had an agreement like this, so it's kind of at the good nature of the school division if they want to let us access that, our ratepayers access. And they've done pretty good. I know in Strathmore, there's been some
It
issues.
was always part of their process, but it
And I guess, it's something new for both parties, something new for the county and something new for the school division in regards to relations with the counties. But my experience has been with the cities, we had joint use agreements for everything, like sports fields, everything, right? Even cutting grass, we had joint use agreements, but we're not going to go in there and cut the school division's grass, at this point, so.
Yeah, we're not there yet. My only question is the Friends of East Wheatland, they're the ones putting up as much as the county in theory. Were they consulted, or are they okay with this agreement? Because they are the community that is helping out.
I've put it through Greg Lenvy.
Right.
He's been in the loop on this, and he's provided some input as well. But that's the only one I've communicated with, so.
Okay. Alice?
I've had experience with Strathmore, and what we found is one person would say, yeah, you could rent it, and the other guy said, no, you can't, or you could use it, and the next thing we had 6 other people, telling us we can't use the auditorium. So I think we need to clarify who people go to. Who do we get direction from when you're talking about renting or use of the facility? So it can't be 6 or 7 different teachers. It needs to be a specific person. So if we could look at something like that.
Yeah, and so what our consideration on that would be is, once the school is operational, provided this agreement, or a form of this agreement is approved, then on our website, we would have that link to their contact, okay? Because that can change, obviously, so maybe it's, I don't know, manager of something or whatever. So that's how we're going to deal with that. That's not specifically spelled out in the agreement, because it's hard to spell that out. We don't know what
Yeah.
that's going to look like 5 years from now, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, Brenda?
So I only have 2 other thoughts, and then I'm going to make a motion. 5.1 on page, I don't know, there's no page numbers. 5.1, if there's a dispute, and I believe Article 5 of the Community Learning Campus Joint Venture Agreement should be attached. Can you attach that? That was one thing. I also have a comment with regards to the signatures, same as the last, if you could change those up to read. And I don't know whether you should put names or positions versus that. So
Positions.
attention Wheatland County Reeve and attention Chairman of the School Board kind of thing. And then my last comment is 6.7, under further assurances. If I'm wrong, but efficiency, if you read that, am I wrong? For spelling? Am I, there, like, am I, did I not?
No, your spelling is wrong.
There's a
for
spelling wrong for
efficiency.
5.7, spelling error.
FSC.
FSCC. Okay. So there's a, yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say that, but on that note, if you could attach the resolutions and 4 reasons, do you need a motion, or do you want to bring another agreement back?
Chairman, I can bring the attachment and the revisions back to the next meeting if that's suitable, or if council's comfortable approving it now. It's up to you. You may want to see that attachment. That's totally up to you. I don't need it approved today.
You don't need it approved today, and we don't have a motion anyway.
Well, no, I didn't make. I
Just
could
real
have, but-
quick, under 2.2, you got 1, 3, and 4. I don't know if you deleted 2 by accident or on purpose. Not a big deal, but just letting you know.
That was what happens when you're anticipating going on holidays. Thank you very much. We'll change that.
You want to bring it back then?
Yeah, I can certainly bring that back with the
Yeah.
attachment, so you've got all the document with the revisions
I'd
on
like
it.
to see the dispute resolution one. I'd like to see the dispute resolution, that's all. Well, it's,
My motion would be to accept it with the changes that we've discussed, just like we did in the one with Strathmore. We accepted that one. It was a far more
yeah.
onerous agreement than this one.
And I can bring it back again, it just may, the window to discuss it may be a little tighter. If it's been approved, that's the only
My
thing.
motion would be to accept it with the changes as presented.
Sure. I was gonna do the same, so it didn't matter.
Brendan, who's making the motion? Is Brendan making the
No,
motion?
Ben
or-
is.
Okay. Thank you.
All in favor?
So, Mr. Chairman, not to belabor that, but I'll bring it back September 6th to show you the whole full meal deal on this one. The other one, unfortunately, I won't be able till October, till we get the full plans and everything, okay? So that, you'll see that other one again.
And we'll break for lunch.
I'm just gonna leave leave your stuff or not? Okay.
And I move that the process for Wheatland County Council meeting as it pertains to scheduled public hearings will be as follows. Public hearing, first reading if required, consideration for further readings of bylaws whose public hearings that have been closed. Further move that the above process will take place with the absence of resolutions to go into and out of council before and after each public hearing. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. And with that, I'll open the public hearing for bylaw 2016-05. Whenever you're ready, Gary. So has all the proper notifications been done?
Yes, as per the Municipal Government Act, they have.
Is there any member of the public have any concerns of any councillor listening or participating in the public hearings? Not seeing any, please continue, Gary.
Dim the lights a bit so it'll be a little easier to read. Good afternoon, Reeve, Council. Before you, we have application PL 2016-02, and it's tied to bylaw 2016-05. The purpose of the bylaw is to basically replace the existing Hamlet of Rosebud Area Structure Plan with the draft Rosebud Area Structure Plan that was sent out with the first reading. What I'll do is I'll walk you through different aspects of the area structure plan update that we went through, and walk you through how we got to where we are today, as well as changes that exist or took place between the existing copy of the ESP and the proposed version of the ESP. I'll speak to mapping changes as well and get into that, and then at the end of the presentation, by all means, open it up for questions, what have you. So the ASP update and popular consultation, the current area structure plan was adopted by council on April 19th of 2011. There was one amendment to the ASP, and that was back on June 10th of 2014. That amendment was basically a single amendment to allow a parcel of land within the, what I'll call sort of Main Street, to be designated residential to commercial, to allow for a development proposal at the time. Other than that, the ASP hasn't been amended or changed. Now, when this process began, we started off with an open house. We've had a series of 2 open houses held in the hamlet of Rosebud, and then now we're at essentially our 3rd public consultation process, being the public hearing for the actual ASP in question. So back in February 17th of this year, we had the first open house, and it was attended by approximately 34 people. On May 11th of this year, we had a second open house, and that was attended by approximately 15 people. There we go, walk through the timeline a bit with where we are, where we were back in November when this first all got started from the planning department's perspective, to public consultation in February to March. We prepared the draft area structure plan between March and April. And we went back to the public again with the draft version to get their feedback and additional comment. That was in May. And then since May, we've been refining the document both graphically and within the text and the body of the document in preparation for first reading and now public hearing today. So from a policy framework update perspective, now, there's a couple of reasons why this ASP was updated and worked on. As I've alluded to in months past, we have requirements to update all our area structure plans to be in compliance with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan. And for the most part, I think almost all of our ASPs were adopted prior to this municipal development plan, which came through in October of 2013. So both policy documents, both statutory documents, we have to have consideration for and ensure that we're in compliance with these documents. So that's part of the exercise for Rosebud ASP. Now, on top of that, the ASP speaks to the fact that we have to do updates to the area structure plan every 5 years. It's in one of the policies within that document. But also the need and requirement for, as development pressures have occurred within the hamlet, changes in, I guess, policy or tweaks to policy may be required at various times. A couple of development applications have been a trigger for this as well. And during the public consultation, a number of things were brought to our attention that we also could take advantage of at this point in time to make amendments to the existing area structure plan. And you'll see what I'm talking about as we get further along. So with regards to alignment with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and the MDP, one component was with regards to the economy. So sustainable development, where economic development takes into account environmentally sustainable and social outcomes. So that's a component within the SSRP we had to make reference to and see if we're in support of it or in compliance with it, for lack of better words. As a result, some parts that came out of that was the creation of an open space master plan requirement or policy, and that would promote Rosebud as a recreation destination in concert with the School of Arts and all the other arts-related activities that happen throughout the year in the hamlet. We've also worked on some additional policies that help protect the small town character and unique sense of place that's in the hamlet, including further discussion and policies on street lighting, continued street pattern, and sensitive intensification of housing options, which as we were doing the open houses, what we heard over and over again was, we need more housing options, we need more housing options, so we need more housing. So the area structure plan and to some extent the future and the proposed land use bylaw work towards providing those options. With regards to community development, anticipate and accommodate the needs of the community. So in part, we worked on additional information and policies and objectives with regards to mixed-use development opportunities. One thing that is clear in Hamlet of Rosebud, more so than any other hamlet we have in the county, is there's a fair amount of mixed-use development occurring. Some adhere to land use bylaws and rules and regulations, some don't. But yet they work and they function, and everybody, we were hearing back during open houses, were indicating they like what they see with regards to the mixed use options that are there in the hamlet, and they like to see more opportunities to allow for mixed use. And by mixed use, when I say mixed use, we talk about combining residential with commercial or residential with retail. Is sort of how we look at mixed use. There's examples of that on the main street of Rosebud, as if you were there today, you'd see it in the cafe. We have a residential component in the rear of the cafe. There's some additional other development where we've got a mix of basement suites, granny flats, single-family homes, some of those mixes as well. Changes to the future land use map to recognize existing and future land uses. Again, that's with time. So the original ASP was adopted in 2011. We've now gone basically 5 years through, and the face of future, our face of land use in the ASP and in the hamlet in particular has changed over those 5 years. Not significantly, but changed. And with current applications we have on the go now, it will continue to change. So we're trying to stay on top of that, if not also allow for future land uses. That seems to be the direction the hamlet and the people are going with regards to where they want to see commercial, mixed use, institutional, for example. And then expansion of the hamlet boundaries to allow future growth. I'll get into the expansion of the hamlet boundaries a little bit in this presentation, and then shortly after this application is heard by council, we do have the hamlet of Rosebud application redesignate bylaw, coming forward. So we'll get into more detail on that then. So further on to the SSRP and MDP alignment, efficient use of land and minimizing the amount of land taken up by the built environment. So dealing with additional density by encouraging more housing options. That is, I alluded to that briefly with regards to secondary suites and garden suites. Inclusion of mixed-use policies. Again, we jump on more policies and further clarification on how to mix residential and commercial to effectively work in this community and to further support it. There wasn't a lot of policy or direction with regards to mixed-use options, so we've expanded on that. And focusing development in the hamlet established area as a priority. One thing we did note, and we did hear back from a number of owners and business owners as well as landowners in the hamlet, was the existing ASP is a little bit confusing. It was for us initially too. The current ASP talks about Hamlet Center, I believe is what it's called, Hamlet Established Area, Hamlet Expansion Area, and then there's a fourth zone that is everything outside of the Hamlet Expansion Area but within the ASP. And there wasn't clear policies on the 4 different zones, as I call it. So what we've done is sort of clearly identified we have a hamlet boundary and we have everything outside of the hamlet boundary but within the ASP boundary, and there's policies for those 2 zones. So we did away with the other 2 zones which were providing a lot of confusion to everybody, including planning staff. Outdoor recreation and historic resources. Provide for outdoor recreation and nature-based tourism opportunities and preserve the region's unique cultural and natural heritage. So we've expanded on the open space and recreation section of the ASP, and we also go on to speak about the need for an open space master plan. One thing the ASP currently doesn't have is any open space plan or map in there that sort of delineates where's pathways, where's open spaces that currently exist, where could there be future open spaces based on opportunities and opportunities on the site and in the hamlet and outside the hamlet. So we've come up with a map that helps speak to that. And again, that initial draft of that open space plan under the recreation plan map was brought forward to the public on the first public hearing, and we've tweaked it since, the first open house. We've tweaked it and then brought forward a second version with more refinements to it. And that's the one we'll show you today. Again, provision of pathways, trail systems throughout the hamlet. The current ASP doesn't speak to any of that. It talks about it, but it doesn't show where those are, where those could be. Our plan jumps into actually where those could be and where they are. Now, with regards to biodiversity and ecosystems, conserve and maintain the benefits of the biodiversity. This is coming out of the SSRP. And we provide further clarity with regards to environmentally sensitive area requirements in the hamlet. I'll speak to that as we get further on as well, on the fact that basically the entire ASP area is within a assigned or designated environmentally sensitive area recognized by the province. Now, that hasn't changed. It was recognized and it's in the current ASP. We just speak to it and provide some further clarity on it. Now, with regards to water, manage watersheds to support healthy ecosystems and human needs through shared stewardship. We provide additional policies and direction with regards to protecting riparian areas through setbacks required through provincial legislation, policy, and regulation. And stormwater management studies being required in support of subdivision or development applications for new multi-lot development and non-residential development as well. So pretty much every new development that would be proposed would need to provide us with stormwater management reports. The only exception would be any residential development that comes in at 2 or less lots. Oops, excuse me for bouncing around. We have a new little program we're trying here and I'm still getting comfortable with it. So removal of non-essential redundant information. The current area structure plan is approximately 87 pages. Our new area structure plan is down to 41, and a large part of that is because of redundant information throughout. In particular, there's a section in the ASP that speaks to public and stakeholder engagement. While that's interesting information and informative, it doesn't really belong in an area structure plan, a policy document, or a statutory policy document for that matter. Could have easily been put in as appendix, could have easily been added or presented to council at the time. It doesn't provide any policy, it doesn't provide any objectives, so that section was taken out or not put in the new version. There's a section that goes on to financial planning. It talks about development agreements, it talks about offsite levies. I think there's another component to it that sort of trips over itself with regards to offsite levies. That section we deemed wasn't necessarily needing merit to be on its own. So in areas where we talk about servicing or we talk about transportation, that's where we put policies and additional information with regards to offsite levies and development agreements and when they're required. Section 13, plan implementation, 5-year review cycles. So that, again, provided more clarity with regards to when we do reviews and how the review process works. Recommended amendments to the land use bylaw. This is a weird one. I haven't seen in any of our other ASPs that I recall. But there was a section in there that actually said, okay, there's changes to the land use bylaw we'd like to see, and it came out of the public consultation process for the original ASP. And while that's all well and good and informative, it shouldn't be in an area structure plan, in our opinion, for Rosebud. That information could have easily been passed on to the planning department, who was part of this exercise back then, and they could bring it forward at such time. But to have it within this policy document seemed a bit over and above and non-essential. So that section was removed. And furthermore, there's a section in the ASP currently that speaks to public engagement results. So surveys that were done, information collected. They did a bit of a summary at the back of the document. Again, it's within the document, could have been an appendix, not really necessary to be part of the ASP. Our take on an area structure plan is it should be strictly policy, goals, objectives, policies. Supporting studies, background information, other than to provide some basic context, should be left out of that document. So mapping update. Now this one was a bit tricky for us. The area structure plan was prepared by a private sector planning consulting firm at the time. They did a number of ASPs for the county. 5 years has come and gone. All the staff pretty much is gone that used to work at that planning firm, as well as the mapping information. We couldn't use it. We don't have the technology or the software to maneuver or work with the graphics. And considering the budget we have for updating all our area structure plans, we didn't have the manpower or the resources to go and buy that software to bring in somebody in to update it. So we did the mapping, redid the mapping all ourselves, using some of the base information that we could glean from what they had available, and then just customize it for our own purposes. So you'll see this with this ASP and all future ones we're bringing forward that we're doing in-house. So one of the maps that we did modify and change is the boundaries of the hamlet. So what you see before you, I'm going to actually zoom in here a bit. What you see highlighted in blue is existing hamlet or Rosebud boundary. As I've spoke to council last month, I believe it was, is we don't have any record of council ever supporting or defining or endorsing hamlet boundaries in the county. So we are bringing forward bylaws to council to confirm and shore up what the boundaries are for the various hamlets throughout the county. In some cases, we have some hamlets that under the MGA would probably not even be hamlets. This isn't the situation here. However, the hamlet boundary that was put in play here, again, wasn't a council decision. We're not really sure what it was based on or historically where it came from. And we're not contesting it. What we are saying is this is the hamlet boundary that's been recognized since the ASP was adopted in 2011. Based on our consultation with landowners, we feel that the hamlet boundary probably should be expanded somewhat. And what you see in the gray area is the expanded limits of the hamlet boundary. So what you see highlighted in the blue dash line represents the hamlet as recognized in the current ASP. The shaded blue area is the area we suggest be included as the official hamlet boundary. And subsequently, there'll be a bylaw coming to council here when we're done with this application that'll ask for council to support that boundary delineation as shown in the gray area. Some of the lands that have been included in that, follow my mouse along, we have Rosebud River Ridge, which is up here. And while it was rezoned Hamlet Residential and Hamlet Commercial at one time and didn't get third and final reading, and their application is back before us today, shortly after this one, the hamlet boundary should include those developments, so those lands. We also have some residential development occurring along here, and the suggestion is one of these lots is given services within the hamlet or from the hamlet, therefore it should be part of the hamlet. We have some lands over here that are going to be used for a future grader station as well as our for lack of better words, or pump out for the area campgrounds. That's county-owned land, so the suggestion is since there's pipe services coming in here, those should also be included in the hamlet. We have some, these lands are open space lands, primarily owned by the county. We're a little confused on why they weren't included at the first go-round in the hamlet, so we're suggesting they should be included. They play a pretty big component of, or a pretty big part of how the hamlet looks and feels overall anyways. We also have additional lands here that, again, we're not sure why they weren't included in the hamlet boundary. I have had conversations with the owners of this parcel, and they have future plans that they're looking at. Having them included in the hamlet would accommodate those plans, as well as it would just seem logical to have the hamlet boundary go up along to the undeveloped road allowance. Up in the northwest corner here, we have county-owned land, water treatment facility. Again, those lands we would suggest should be part of the hamlet, not kept out of the hamlet. And we have some additional lands up top here that, while they sit up higher than where the School of Arts is, which is predominantly here, this land, if it wasn't part of the hamlet, it's kind of an orphan piece. So we don't see why this parcel shouldn't be included in the hamlet and the line defined along the highway. So that's the limits. Again, I'll get into the existing hamlet. ASP suggests a different boundary for the hamlet, and it's much larger than this, and I'll show you that at a later date or at a later time here. But this is the proposed boundary in relation to the existing. So future land use concept map. What you see before you is on your left-hand side is the current map, on your right-hand side is the proposed map. And some of the significant changes, we'll walk through some of them here, and if you have questions as we go along, by all means, you can ask for clarification. One example is lands here that the brown represents agricultural. These lands we looked at and said, okay, it didn't seem to be appropriate to, if it's in the hamlet, to be agricultural. Ultimately, there's a potential for it to go residential, so let's just allow it to go residential at a future date. Now, for the record, so there's clarity, is when we call this a future land use map, so let me make sure I get future land use concept, we're not referring to it as the land use districts that we all know in the land use bylaw. I've historically elsewhere referred to this at this level of a document as a designation. So we talk about residential designation, institutional designation. The dark, sort of the purple, is public service designation. So it isn't specific to a land use zone, it's just specific to a type of use. One thing that was interesting with regards to the old area structure plan is we had a portion of lands here referred to as residential, yet predominantly these lands are owned by the School of Arts. And we've had discussions with the individuals at the School of Arts with regards to their future plans or what they'd like to see on that. I think it's about 40 acres of land. It is one of the few big parcels of land that can accommodate development within the current hamlet boundaries. Rosebud River Ridge is developing and have applications in for a large chunk of land here. There is an application, or there was discussion of some development along here in this unique parcel. We had a single lot subdivision over here within the last year and a bit, and there's future residential here. So there's very few, within the current hamlet boundaries, there's very few locations for new residential development, more than 1 or 2 lots. This site has a lot of opportunity to do just that, and the School of Arts has been talking to us about exploring opportunities. What the area structure plan does, or the new one does, is it helps establish where institutional would be appropriate, where residential would be appropriate. This site down here is the current location of the church, so public service, a community service. And again, residential is just confirmed along here as well. The parcel down to the south, we've included it because we're basically running the southern boundaries of the Rosebud River and included these lands. Now, because we show them as future land use areas, designation areas, it doesn't mean that a landowner has to come in with residential or they're going to be stuck doing something like this if they don't want to. This is the proposed plan by the planning department in consultation with the public through the open houses. If a developer or a landowner comes in and says, let's say for example, this piece we want to do commercial instead because it's next to the highway. Well, they can come in and ask for an amendment and apply for an amendment to the area structure plan, and the council may decide they want to change this to commercial. And that's all well and good. These documents are live. Just like the current ASP can be amended at any point in time, so can the future ASP. So this is just to give everybody some sort of level of comfort on this is what we see, how we see it evolving. But what we've also seen too is, in the case of Rosebud River Ridge, this was all supposed to be residential. But with the application, there's a commercial component to it now, which no one would have anticipated in 2011. So the applicant is coming with their application to redesignate a portion of those lands from agricultural general, if I'm not mistaken, to Hamlet commercial. That required a change to the area structure plan, and that is included in this area here. So going on to the next map, open space and recreation plan. We don't really have, or we didn't really have in the existing one, an open space plan of any sorts that spoke to trails, pathways, etc. The best that they had in the current version of the ASP is the future land use map. And it identifies some green space and identifies some community service parcels. What we've done is expanded on that quite a bit and indicated, okay, we have potential for different trail systems. So I'll zoom in here a smidge. So what it does is it looks at existing systems that are in place with regards to pathways, whether they be on roads, whether they be connections, whether they be existing connections or open space. And they take advantage of county-owned land as well. As you all probably know, the county owns approximately 8 acres of land here. It's a big, large swath of open space. But it's not currently being utilized for anything. There's no real clean connections to it. So the suggestion is, well, maybe this is a good place for a future amphitheater or theater, which could be tied into the overall theater scene, if you will, of the community. It also provides some pretty interesting views, and it's adjacent to the, I'll use this word sensitively, the abandoned railway line. And when I say abandoned, I mean the ties are pulled out. There's no railway or no rail line going through there. However, the land hasn't been handed over or sold to anybody else other than the rail company. So that said, we do have the suggestion that maybe this is an opportunity for rails to trails in the future, potentially, if all the cards fall properly as they may. As well as future development. We have opportunities maybe to have interconnectivity along the ridge that exists just south or just below the highway. We have a nice open space ridge in this area, and potentially it could be tied with a viewing area and tied into future expansion to the west. We have currently some land down here on the School of Arts that's used as a hockey rink. Well, maybe if that land develops out for residential, the hockey rink can be relocated over here with the ball diamonds and some other amenities that exist in that area. We also have the community hall and a playground area. So how do we tie in some of the pathway systems to get from A to B? And we have some outside bodies. So by that I mean we have a campground to the south, just outside of the sort of the hamlet, if you will. We have another campground out here, as well as the golf course. So opportunities to provide a little bit of connectivity, or also just simply to recognize that these amenities are here and how can we capitalize on them in the future. Now, we also show a future river walk. Now, not everything can happen this easily. It's not as if we put it on a map and boom, that trail shows up tomorrow. A lot of things have to come into play. Landowners have to be prepared to provide land, or at time of subdivision, make available the land, or through conservation agreements, hand over the land to the county and allow us to maintain it and manage it, what have you. There's various different ways of doing this. So while this plan sets out a pretty good picture of how to provide some continuity and take advantage of the existing features, be it the hills, be it the rivers, or in some of these cases, some oxbows, it's going to require a concerted effort by landowners and the county when opportunity presents itself to provide those pathways or connections. We also have a large open space area here, and now we know we have a septic treatment system or a sewage treatment system in this location. However, there's still a lot of open space that is being used by residents. We have what's referred to as the old racetrack here as well. There's opportunities to better use that as a walking pathway or a running track or something like that maybe. We have a gazebo that's been constructed by the local community as well. So how do we take advantage of all that? So this plan sort of helps set that stage somewhat. And as you see, the pathway as well continues up along the Rosebud River. We also have some high points in the hamlet area that provide opportunities for views and vistas of not only local area residents, homeowners, but also the 40,000+ people that come through Rosebud in a given year for the theater and the different activities that happen throughout the year in the hamlet. So move on to the next slide. Servicing map. Again, a servicing map that is currently in the ASP speaks to some extent about the existing services. It doesn't speak about future potential services, which is a bit interesting considering an area structure plan is supposed to be looking into the future 20 years, 30 years, et cetera. So the mapping that currently is in the ASP just speaks to what's presently there and doesn't suggest any future opportunities. So what we've done is we've worked with our Transportation and Utilities Department. We've worked with our various staff here in planning. We've worked with open house residents and landowners and said, okay, here's some of the plans that are currently in the queue with the county. Here's some proposed plans in the queue with the landowners that they're sharing with us, but it has no official status. And here's what might be the most logical ways of extending some of these services. Again, it doesn't mean that these are all going to play out this way. It just means logically, based on all the information we have and all the information we've gathered, this might be a logical extension of the services. And by that I mean roads, sanitary lines, and water lines. So you'll know with regards to Rosebud River Ridge, we have the subdivision plan in, we have a concept plan approved by council, so we have a pretty good idea of the alignment of how that could work and play out if the subdivision's approved. So that's being accommodated in the plan. We've also, at the county in the last year, has also put in water and sanitary lines in this location for the future grader station and the recreational vehicle pump out, as well as we have some residential lots here too. Now, as we go further to the west, which will be future expansion in decades to come, we also suggest, well, the utilities logically would be an extension of the existing system, and then they would just continue through, be it roads. Typically, your water sanitary would be typically in the right-of-way with the roads, and that's sort of how this is based on for the most part, is proximate road alignment and utilities to follow under it. One of the unique ones suggested is, again, in talking with the School of Arts, the opportunity to possibly get access into their larger parcel to provide opportunities for future development, be it institutional, be it residential, is it needs a road system, it needs a road network, as well as servicing. Currently, some of the servicing continues on through this site and actually heads up towards the water treatment plant. So some of that's there, so it's kind of dictating the road, future road anyway. But where it goes west into expansion area or where it goes internally to loop, it's to be determined, but it gives you a pretty rough idea of how that could play out if School of Arts wanted to move forward with some development plans or some other future landowner in the area. So rolling along, some of the mapping that didn't change, so we just basically took what was currently in the current ASP and just customized it with our new mapping technology, is the environmentally significant areas map, and that hasn't changed. We don't set that, the province does. Historic resources map, again, that's not set by the county. And the context map, we've just provided a little bit better map for context. Now, mapping that we didn't include in the area structure plan, and this is where some of that confusion with regards to the plans is, there's a current land use hamlet plan, which sort of spoke to what the current land uses were in regards to land use districts. We've removed that. We don't want to get the ASPs tied to land use bylaws, land use districts. It's a policy document. It speaks on a higher level. We just want to talk about residential, commercial, but not specific residential or specific commercial. Oil and gas activity, while it's an interesting map, at the end of the day, we do have policies in the new ASP that speaks to it, but we didn't think a map was warranted. Most of the information is outside of the hamlet area, and some of it's in the ASP, but mostly outside the hamlet area. And the future land use concept, this map in particular dealt with the bigger picture area, and our focus essentially is really working on the hamlet boundaries and just adjacent lands to it. So the bigger picture was taken out. We have enough land in the ASP hamlet boundaries to focus on, and at such point in time, if we ever need to expand on beyond that, then we can bring back the ASP another 5 years or whatever the case may be, and revisit. Now, clarity of ease and use. I'm just going to rattle off some of the things that we did do for changes on this one, just so we can make it an easier document to understand and comprehend, because one of the things we did keep getting back from people was the new version we presented them was a lot easier to read and understand, and it wasn't as confusing as the other document. Now, the fact that some people actually read the ASP from front to back was pretty impressive, so that was good that they were seeing sort of what we were seeing, so that was nice to see. So, as I've mentioned earlier, we removed any reference to a hamlet center. Nobody could really figure out what the hamlet center was per se, and there wasn't clear policies on it, so we removed any reference to it. You're in the hamlet and here's the policies for it, or you're not. We had redundant sections. Some sections at the front end of the document were talking about residential, and then you'd get further into the document and it's basically cut and pasted of the same information, so we took that out. The monitoring and evaluation section we've refined so there's more clarity to it. We had, in the current document, Parts A and Parts B of the ASP have a bunch of policies set out, and Parts A and Parts B are really providing more context and background for the ASP. We didn't feel it was necessary to have the policies there, so we've moved them in further into the document when it speaks to residential, institutional, commercial, et cetera, where it belongs. And finally, considerations for development. There was a pretty long-winded section in the ASP at the front end that provided a whole bunch of suggested direction for the county. And what it really was, as far as we looked at it, is it was providing community context and trends. So we streamed it down to be just that, provide some context to what the community is all about and some of the trends that they've seen over the years. Now, ASP policy changes, I'll briefly get into these. So we've added some policies and made some modifications as it relates to residential development. We've taken out priority and transition zones and provided more clarity on whether it's hamlet or not hamlet. Provided additional policies and direction for streetscapes. Again, trying to recognize the fact that we have a pretty unique hamlet here and how do we capitalize on it and ensure that we have consistency. You may hear later with the boards that are showing up in the front entranceway to the council chambers and in council, the uniqueness of development in the hamlet area. So it's good to see that developers are also looking at that and recognizing the value and having it sort of the existing look and feel to continue and ensure that continuity. Commercial development, removing a mixed-use policy section and moving it to the more appropriate section and clarifying what exactly mixed use is as we see it and as the ratepayers see it. Again, mixed-use development. Business industrial development, we didn't make any major changes to it. We may have tweaked some wording, but there was no need to spend much time on business industrial. We recognize that there's a little bit in the hamlet and outside in the ESP, but not a lot, and we don't see a lot of opportunity for growth in that area. Institutional development, no major changes other than clarifying on the map where institutional should be or where it currently is, and which wasn't done before. Open space and recreation. We speak more to, again, creating mapping that helps sort of show what that looks like, what that could look like, and asking and suggesting that an open space master plan be prepared in the future to support the hamlet and the surrounding area with a more comprehensive plan on how this could all work and tie together. Municipal reserve, no major changes. It's pretty much verbatim with the Municipal Government Act. Environmentally significant areas. Environmental assessment required. So we speak to exactly when an environmental assessment is required for development applications, provide more clarity on that. And again, keeping in mind that the whole hamlet boundary as well as ASP boundaries are within environmentally significant areas per the province designation or determination. Environmental reserve. So if you're inside the hamlet boundary, the county shall take environmental reserve over environmental reserve easement. The difference being is if it's environmental reserve, the county would take ownership of the land and be responsible for its maintenance. If it's environmental reserve easement, that stays with the owner and they're responsible for working with the county to ensure it is adhered to. In hamlets, typically one would see municipal reserve taken as land as opposed to cash in lieu as we typically do outside of hamlets or rural areas. The same would be true, we would suggest for environmental reserve, is the county should take ownership of those unique open space sensitive areas and so we can ensure maintenance or ensure they're tied into future open space recreation planning. Community service section, no major changes. Same with historical resources and transportation, with the exception on transportation of the more mapping and future road networks. Servicing and utilities. This one's a bit of a unique one with regards to servicing. In 2011, the issue with regards to wastewater management or treatment or capacity wasn't where it is today and wasn't where it was a couple of years ago. So it didn't, the best it did is spoke to the fact that if it was to ever be expanded, this system, that it would have to be accommodated for within the plan area. Right now, and this is some of the interesting stuff that was coming out of the open houses, is there was a lot of different information and opinions on what exactly was being proposed for wastewater treatment in the hamlet. We still don't have clear answers on that. So we recognize that where the wastewater treatment plant is now, if you want to call it that, it may still reside there. It may also reside in another part of the hamlet, or it may not even reside in the hamlet. So the policies are trying to recognize that we don't have that answer yet, but we don't want to restrict where it can go either. So the policies did their best to be sensitive to that fact that we don't have the final solution, but there's a bunch of options on the table. Stormwater management, again, providing more clarity. We do have a rather unique area, and there's a lot of sensitivity to what's happening in and around the area with slopes and the river, et cetera. And stormwater management plays a pretty key role, and we want to pay more attention to what that role would be. So new development, how does that impact stormwater in the area? Wasn't really spoke too much in the previous or in the existing ASP. So with that, I will stop talking before I dry up and I can't talk anymore. That is sort of the area structure plan, or the Rosebud area structure plan, as we're now suggesting the naming be. The changes, what we've done to this point, you've seen the draft, it's been provided to you. So with that, we're suggesting council has two options before them. Option one being that bylaw 2016-05 be given second reading, and further to that, that bylaw 2016-05 be given third reading. Failing that, council can refuse application 216-02 and rescind bylaw 2016-05 if they so choose. The other option obviously is, and we left it out, is council can make any changes or suggestions that they want to this document. It is your document. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. We got any questions? Go ahead. Go ahead, Brenda.
Okay, so, I was one of those that read it through and through. Great, Mike. So question, just a few questions. How come you changed it from 40 years to 30 years would be the first question. Changed the life of the document.
Through the chair. It's a pretty arbitrary number. You'll
Okay.
see some ASPs might say 50, some might say 60.
Okay.
It could be 30, it could be 40. We can go to 40. It's I'll be honest with you. Even in 5 years, things have changed that nobody anticipated. So you could even call it a 10-year. So
Okay, and then another question I had was you took out the Siksika and Blackfoot reference, and I wondered if that was a reason for that as well. As it's supposed to be part of the history, so.
through the chair, this might be an interesting question to be asked by somebody who's in the gallery. During the, I think it was the second open house, I got a history lesson in some of the naming in the area. And there was some sensitivities to actually the naming and whether or not we were actually correct with the naming in the area. And so we thought it would be appropriate to leave that out, because if we didn't know 100% for sure that we had the wording right, we were going to just leave that reference out, because we might offend one of the First Nations. And again, Mr. Erickson may be interested in speaking to that, provide us a little bit of insight, because that's where the information came from.
No, I just noticed that that was a notable
That
taken note
was
of.
done to possibly not offend a group that, if we had the information incorrect, we might offend somebody.
Okay,
offend a
no,
group.
I just didn't question that. On page 5, 1.2.3, it would be under the second, just above table 2. You need to include table 2 at the end of that sentence. That's just a technical detail.
Just through the chair, just to confirm.
So page 5 of the new
Yes.
document, and then just above the table 2, population growth, Hamlet of Rosebud, you left out based on the above line.
Was shown in.
Yeah.
Okay, fair
You
enough.
just need to add table 2 into there.
Have it. Yeah.
Okay. I did notice that you guys did change the 8,285 acres from the original document, so somewhere there must be a change. I presume it's right, but it's either here or there, right?
Are you still on page 5?
Well, I guess the page
The
before.
plan area?
Yeah. Page 4? Yeah, because you had Wheatland County as a large rural population of approximately 8,285.
Oh, there it is.
The old one reads differently. And then you added 2 campgrounds in. So are they within the hamlet boundaries then? With the proposed new hamlet boundary? On page 5 at the top, you added 2 campgrounds into that.
Through the chair, we're dealing with the area structure plan boundary, so yes, both of those campgrounds are within the
Cool.
area structure
Okay,
plan boundary.
cool.
Not necessarily the hamlet.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I just was questioning that. Now, if you go to page 7 on municipal development plan and 1.3.4, and you go down just to the bottom of the page, the last paragraph, just prior to that, you talk about the 4 pillars there. And if you go over to page 9, talk about pillar number 1, pillar number 2, and pillar number 3. So, and I like that you've shortened up the pillars and you took out all the objectives and the policies regarding those pillars, but pertaining to 1.34 and then part 2 doesn't match up. So I don't know whether you could make that clearer or clarify that somehow.
Through the chair, yeah, we were catching that on Nameka. Right now, we're doing the Nameka ASP presently. We're sort of at the beginning of that.
Right.
And we're seeing that they were using, if I'm not mistaken, they were using 3 pillars or 3 components back then. Typically now, there's 4, I think it is, or it's reverse. So yeah, you're right, it's not consistent. We'd have to just confirm and make sure we're dealing with the 3 or the 4. I think cultural and social were combined into number 3 at one point in time.
Okay, yeah, because it just doesn't, like, I'm just not there. I know that that might sound, but
No,
if we could
you're-
talk about
it's not
4,
consistent.
we should talk about 4, or we should go to 3 and leave it with 3.
Yeah, and I think the jury's out there with regards to whether there's 3 or there's 4. 2 of them are kind of identical anyway. It's just,
Yeah.
We're our internal discussions. So we'd take a look at it, make sure we're dealing with either 3 or 4. And
Yeah. And I did like that you added in the
4.
South Saskatchewan. So you gave some requirements there. So going into page 11,
if I can just back up for a second, because Trina's here as well, and she's working on the Nameka ASP, so I was just looking for her for a little guidance. We're actually referring to them as 4 pillars these days, so we'll just have it corrected, so we're talking about the 4 pillars and not the former 3. We break up cultural and social now, so we'll modify that to be 4 pillars.
yeah, because it's just confusing there.
Yeah, no, I
So-
understand.
And I looked, there's 4 over here, but there's only 3 over here.
No,
so-
that was an oversight on our part.
Okay. So if we go to page 11, which is the land use policies, and you have 2 areas which you cut out the Hamlet Center, which does clarify. The only thing that I think I would like to see that makes it, if you go to the Rosebud Area Structure Plan map area, that would be the Hamlet expansion area. Am I right with that?
Through the chair, no. That would actually be the Hamlet boundary, because this area structure plan is suggesting that that's what the Hamlet boundary should be.
Well, this map
Correct.
here,
The area in orange you're referring to?
no, I'm referring to this particular map, which
Right.
is, oops, sorry, this Rosebud Area Structure Plan boundary,
Yeah.
and then it says Hamlet expansion area, which is in the white. So I'm kind of, I guess my question is here is there's a map here that states that this, the little map that shows you the actual boundary that we're doing. So could we name it Hamlet Established Area? So
Well-
that it is referred to in this as it is? Because the only thing you refer to the Hamlet Expansion Area is the fact that you can't have livestock operations. And it's a little bit confusing in there about the Hamlet Established Area versus the Hamlet Expansion Area. And the Hamlet Expansion Area, I presume, is this entire white area.
That's the intent of that drawing, yes.
Right.
Is the shaded area should be the expansion area and the orange being the existing hamlet, as per today's meeting.
So could we name the maps exactly what you're referring to, Hamlet Established Area? So this is actually.
Oh, just the map reference
the map,
itself?
Yeah, so that it's not so confusing, because the only reason that you're doing the whole boundary is to keep intensive livestock operations from closing in on the actual boundary.
Through the chair, that's one component. Ours is mainly just to define that, our focus and attention should be on the established area first and foremost.
Right.
And have some limitations on what happens outside of there so we don't jeopardize future growth.
Right. And that's what you're doing, it's just that what, the two maps are a little bit confusing on what you're referring to when you look at it. So
is
that
this-
would be a
Is a
comment.
suggestion to rename it Hamlet Expansion / Established Area Map, or
Yeah.
boundary maybe?
And then it refers to the actual, what's in the bylaw,
Yeah, that's fair enough.
or
That
the
can be done.
ASP, sorry. And then, yeah, so that was that one. I see you took Gateway out. Is there a reason that you took the Gateway proponent of the old bylaw out? And Gateway just refers to what the area entering from the north and from the area entering into the hamlet. Thank you.
Through the chair, do you have the reference to Gateway in the existing
Oh,
ESP?
That's in the old
In the old policy, it was on page 48, which I have. It was I just wondered whether there was any, all development proximity of hamlet gateways must be represent the community, delineate the visitors have arrived in the hamlet, and give particular consideration to landscape and parking screening. So we had some policies around that, so I didn't know, was there a reason that that was taken out, or?
No, through the chair, the best I can do for an answer on that is, we were looking at it going, well, who's putting in these gateways? Are they on county land, are they on individual land? And where exactly are these gateways? At what point is the entrance into the Rosebud area or the Hamlet area? We'd have no objection to putting that back in, we just didn't seem to, I would think it was relevant or what have you. And maybe we could add that comment in the map with regards to the open space plan. But again, it's a policy. The question is if it's on our land, do we need a policy to put Gateway into our communities?
No,
That may
I'm
be an
just-
economic development activity or a suggestion for that economic development board. But
Right.
typically, signage or entrance signage into a community wouldn't necessarily be on private land either, right? You just see that typically on county land.
Well, no, I just wondered whether there was a reason for taking that out, whether it was covered under another land use bylaw or whatever.
No, I think to give you the straight answer on why it was left out is we just didn't see it being a policy that we could actually implement because, again, it was on county land. If the county wants to put in signage into their hamlet boundaries like they do, or hamlets, and they do in some cases, don't need a policy to do that. But there's no harm in having it included back in.
Okay, and then I would go over to page 17 of your residential development. And in the old land use bylaw, there was a density allowance for it. So there was a certain level of density per lot, and it's been taken out, I guess. So it would be on page 52 of the old bylaw, which is, it says density, residential density within residential infill areas shall not exceed 8 units per gross acre.
Yes, that was taken out. We're typically of a rural nature. We don't deal with density too often here, and I'm not sure if too many people understand or comprehend what density means in relation to urban-type development. And I think some of the development proposed in and around the area might actually contravene that density as well. So the suggestion would be is, we didn't hear individuals coming at us and saying, well, we need a certain density calculate, or density in this community. It was, what it was we need more housing, and it has the various different styles. Some of it could be more dense than others. The suggestion is there some landowners that want to explore townhouses, some that want to explore multi-unit sort of apartment type things. Then we have some that want single family. Well, if you start doing the townhouses and the multi-units, well, then you're probably going to take that density and knock it out of the water. And is it really, in the case of Wheatland County, we're not City of Calgary. Do we want to get into trying to control development by density? I haven't since I've been here. We don't use density as an argument for refusing anything, and there's not really, unless I'm mistaken, anything in our MDP that speaks to certain density calcs to hit for development.
That's fine, no, certainly, I'm not I just asked if there was a reason, because this original area structure plan, don't get me wrong, I'm asking questions, because the original people that were focus grouped on this one was the original request. So I didn't know whether there was any changes to the density, and now that the community has had another open house again. So these are just the changes that I notably noted, and I certainly don't disagree with the fact of taking a density out. I'm just, is there a reason why? And if there was no request from the public, or if we decided that we would handle it differently, then that would be fine.
Through the chair, the short answer of that is we didn't want to add any more confusion to that document than was absolutely necessary. The developments that come in can operate on their own merit, and whether they're dense or not. Using a comparison on gross or net acreage and stuff, I think would just be more convoluted and confusing to everybody involved. So that's why we left it out.
Okay,
I got a question.
about density?
Through the chair, I've got a question on, we're in a public hearing. My concern is that we're not hearing from the public as to whether or not what we're dealing with here is reasonable to what they're looking for. And if we're going to go through this page by page, we're going to be here for another 2 hours. I'm wondering if that's well, yeah, that's a problem with me, because we're here to listen to what the public has to say about this, not go through this draft word by word. That's my concern.
Public. And you're making questions as if why the public wasn't here, so maybe we could move into the public. Is there anybody from the public like to make any suggestions, talks, got any concerns, additions, subtractions, why density wasn't included? Anybody? Pat? About density specifically? Sure. Could you talk at the microphone, and if you have any comments about the public, the area structure plan? I'm sure you didn't bring them papers for.
No, through the chair. We are representing landowners in the area. We do have a few comments. We're glad to hear Mr. Malenka say that this is a fluid document and is open to change as we go through things. A couple of things we have noted are that in the servicing strategy, I realize it's conceptual, but a fairly significant part is that the stormwater from Rosebud River Ridge will not follow the line shown there. It is actually going to go down through the municipal reserve, which will be turned into a public utility lot and into the river. And we've been talking to council about that for some time. Last August I was here and got sort of approval in principle to change the land use for the municipal reserve to a public utility lot. That wasn't shown there. And I realize that this is a high-level conceptual document, but all kinds of other things are shown about servicing, and we think that's a fairly important one. The other thing, I just wanted to make sure that we heard something right, that environmental reserve won't be taken outside of the hamlet boundary, which is a thing that we're very glad to hear. And the other thing that we're concerned about is that in the, and this is going to, I'm not trying to muddle documents, but in the current area structure plan, we don't show commercial in the Rosebud River Ridge. However, in the new area structure plan, we do. But in the old land use bylaw, hamlet commercial allowed mini storage warehouse. In the proposed land use bylaw, it does not allow any kind of storage, mini storage types of uses in the hamlet commercial district. So that is something we will definitely be submitting another letter on to make sure, unless it's approved today under the old bylaw and we're grandfathered, and I'm not quite sure how that would work, but we want to make sure that the commercial development that has been proposed there for the last 3 years is able to move forward. And we do have visuals to show how it will meet with all of the requirements in the proposed area structure plan for commercial. It won't create any form of pollution, noise, or groundwater intrusion. It will incorporate stormwater. It will incorporate landscaping, and it will provide dark sky security lighting. So I mean, we've got all those things in the architectural guidelines for it. So I think that's really the only thing that we wanted to say about this. Other than that, it's a simplification. I hope it's not too simple, but it does appear to accommodate the development that's being proposed with the exception of the commercial.
Okay, I'm going to ask Gary this. You've heard them two concerns, the stormwater and the commercial development. Can they be accommodated in this bylaw without having to have another letter?
Let me touch on them first, Mr. Chairman, and then we can
Sure.
get into it. Let's bring you up to a map. Try not to get too dizzy. I was getting dizzy when I was going in and out of this map. Okay, so first off, with regards to the requirement for stormwater showing on the plan, if I understand it correctly, what you see before you is map 7, is the proposed servicing map. This map actually doesn't make any reference to stormwater whatsoever. So there is no stormwater system showing on this map. This map simply shows sanitary lines and water lines and transportation networks. Ms. Maloney is speaking to possible public utility lot stormwater management pond, which may be located within this location here. There's a bunch of pieces to that puzzle that haven't been sorted out yet. And we don't, this plan doesn't start identifying public utility lots necessarily. So at this point in time, if this goes to stormwater management, I don't anticipate it's going to be a contravention of the ASP because, yeah, I just don't see it being a contravention of at this point in time. It wouldn't need an amendment to the ASP because we're not showing public utility lots on this mapping exercise anywhere in this ASP. The exercise that the applicant developer has to go through on this is also solicit the council to release municipal reserve lands. There's a bylaw process for that. And we are still in the subdivision evaluation process on their stormwater pond. So we don't have any information that can confirm whether or not that's actually going to exist at this point in time. And again, none of our mappings show public utility lots. So while I can appreciate the comment, I don't think it's relevant to the draft version in front of you.
Okay, so if we go ahead with that, or whatever form or shape it takes, we wouldn't have to amend the ASB.
Well, yeah, because it wouldn't be a contravention of anything because our
Okay.
plan doesn't speak to public utility lots specifically.
Okay.
They're covered off throughout the developments in the hamlet, but with regards to environmental reserve outside the hamlet and inside the hamlet, the way the policy is structured is if it's in the hamlet and environmental reserve is, as per the MGA, would be triggered, is the county would take it as environmental reserve. That doesn't mean that outside of the hamlet boundaries, or sorry, outside of the ASP boundaries, that we wouldn't do the same thing. That's council's decision. Council can decide to take environmentally sensitive lands as environmental reserve or environmental reserve easement. This document just speaks to the ASP area and stuff within the hamlet boundary. So if you're outside the hamlet boundary but still in the ASP, it doesn't preclude council from taking it as ER if they so choose, but ERE is the preferred option, but it doesn't state that you can't take it as ER. What it does specifically state is if you're in the hamlet boundaries, council supports it being as ER, not ERE. So that's a black and white, but if it's outside the hamlet and still in the ASP, it could be either or depending on which way council wants to go at the time an application is in front of them at subdivision.
Okay.
With regards to the hamlet commercial, again, as Mrs. Maloney's indicated, it's a land use bylaw draft version that she's speaking to. So we've made note, our file manager for the LUB is here. So we'll take a look at that and see where that's at. That public hearing is coming on September 20th, so we can make reference and speak to that matter. But for now, hamlet commercial has been noted on that particular parcel, which represents the rough location based on their subdivision plan they've submitted, and we've accommodated that. So we don't get into specifics in the ASP on commercial to that
Okay.
level of detail. That's a land use bylaw matter.
Okay. Is there any other comments from the public? Any concerns, wants? Eric? Go ahead. Please stand up so everybody can hear.
Can I just talk loudly from here?
And not, yeah. See, the nice thing about technology, you see that little red light there? When you speak in that camera is going to zoom in on you and capture it all.
I noticed that several places in the document, it makes reference to Rosebud Dinner Theater. And I think we should drop the name dinner and call it Rosebud Theater, because it has not been Rosebud Dinner Theater for many years. So might as well, if we're updating the whole document, if that wording could be updated. That's nothing technical, it's just, and thank you for acknowledging the, we just mentioned, I guess, our Aboriginal history, but for changing that, because a little bit of background, it appears that the word Akokaniskwe is not a Blackfoot word. And so that's just why that came up. And talking with a linguist was trying to point out that there's some discrepancy there. So we're better to acknowledge the roots of the community, but not choose sides, which tribe it, or grouping, linguistic grouping it came from.
As far as the Rosebud Dinner Theater, that can be accommodated, I'm sure.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that's probably appropriate. We never caught that at the open houses, but it would seem appropriate to do away with the word dinner and just call it theater.
Okay,
And so we'll call it the Rosebud Theater in the document and do the edits.
okay. Is there any other questions, concerns, comments from the public? Anything looking good? Council got any more questions specific? Alice?
I had one just with, through the chair to Gary. And when you're talking about the industrial or light industrial, commercial, whatever, has there been anything looked at as far as the economic development of that type of land use? Because you sort of alluded to that piece of land that was up along the highway, up on top in your map. And you kind of commented that that could go as residential properties. So if that happens, what was your plan on where light industrial or that could go in the town? I didn't see where you kind of addressed that.
Through the chair, the comment I made with regards to possible industrial, or I think it was industrial along the highway, was more just an anecdote than anything else. So there's no basis for it at that location, but there may be. If an applicant said that they wanted to have industrial there, they can always apply for that, and then that would require an amendment to the ASP, and council would have that in front of them as well as the public. To speak to the question of where business industrial could go and would go, and maybe is more appropriate, is we've located it down here, which is basically recognizing what's currently there as industrial development, and that's the seed plant, what have you. We don't anticipate that business industrial is going to exist anywhere else in the hamlet. It's predominantly residential with some commercial. There's no retail, basically. So it's open space, residential, and institutional, being the School of Arts and the various buildings tied to that. So from a business industrial perspective, this is the only location for it. I think this is pretty similar to what the existing ASP speaks to as well. They don't look at expanding it anywhere else, either in the hamlet or in the ASP boundaries outside the hamlet. It's pretty silent to it. It doesn't mean that if an application comes in that we wouldn't look at it. Every application gets decided on its own merits, but we didn't get any indication from anybody that they wanted to see any additional industrial development in this hamlet. So that's why you don't see us suggesting it anywhere else on this plan.
So what if it does come in, then you're suggesting that this small area on the bottom would be the first that you would look at? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, through the chair. Now, again, I think we have two landowners involved in here, so if neither of these two landowners want to do something, but somebody wants to come in and be a third landowner and wants to do industrial, well, first and foremost, if they can do it here, great. If they can't and they have another site in question, well, then they would be coming to the planning department applying for redesignation to go from whatever the land use district is to industrial, for example. And if it contravenes the adopted area structure plan, then they'd have to come in and amend the ASP or seek to amend the ASP to accommodate it. It's like Rosebud River Ridge with their commercial. So their commercial component under the current ASP isn't permitted under the ASP. So coming in with an amendment to the area structure plan to support commercial in that location helps support their land use application and then subsequent their subdivision application for that commercial. So again, both applications, the land use gets council to decide whether it's appropriate or not, both from a land use perspective and as well as is it appropriate for that area structure plan. And then ultimately MPC deals with the technical merits at subdivision.
Okay, any other questions? Brenda?
Your question was answered, Alice? Was there any housing type? So with regards to housing type, was there any conversation about tiny homes and the increase with public, when you went to the public? Because I know that I've noticed that you've changed some of those definitions around, which is fine, but you've included secondary suites and garden suites, but was there any mention of tiny houses at all?
Through the chair, specifically referencing tiny homes, no.
Okay.
We do, this is interesting because this area structure plan being the first one sort of out of the gate, at the same time we're doing the land use bylaw. We are, as you'll notice, we're talking about garden suites in this area structure plan, which aren't
Right.
officially acknowledged in our land use bylaw presently, but would be if the new version is adopted. The idea of doing tiny homes, I'm just trying to think here, what else do we have? We speak to low-density residential, that could be tiny homes. Mixed-use development, I'm not sure if that would be where tiny homes would fit. Medium-density residential, again, my understanding of tiny homes, they would function on their own, not as a cluster of tiny homes per se.
No, I guess
doesn't-
I've asked that question only because of servicing, because most tiny homes are usually compostable toilets, those kind of things, right? So I just wondered whether that was part of any mention through the public hearing, whether they would, or through your public consultations, I should say.
Through the chair, your definition of tiny homes is different than ours
Right.
from a servicing perspective. When we're looking at tiny homes, or we've had discussions with individuals interested in the county of doing tiny homes, we look at it as they need to be fully serviced like any other single-family dwelling or any residential dwelling, not off the grid per se.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean we can't look at them, it just means we would expect if somebody wants to come in for residential development, that it would need to hook up to our systems if one exists. Now, speaking of the policies for residential, it doesn't speak against tiny homes. It says single-family residential. Maybe the planning department has a pretty tight version of what tiny homes is, but we'd see it could qualify as single-family homes. Where the guts of whether tiny homes permitted or not is in the land use bylaw. So that would speak to parcel size, location, district, et cetera. So there's nothing in here that would exclude it. We are specific, though, when we talk about secondary suites and garden suites in this policy, but we don't speak specifically to tiny homes, or I would suggest we don't exclude them specifically either by the way the policies are worded.
Through the chair, I'd also want to add that in the draft land use bylaw, we're proposing to remove the minimum square footage requirement of 1,050 square feet. So if that was to go through, tiny homes,
Would be allowed.
literally tiny homes would work, I guess, so to speak.
Good, thank you. So, and then I noticed that you also took the maximum height out of the bylaw as well. So you took the previous, page 56 on the old one. Can I read it to you? Hold on. Commercial development must be a maximum of 2 stories. So that policy was taken out of it, so.
Excuse me, sorry, which page are you on?
It falls under commercial, and maximum height that you have taken out as to the height of, maximum of 2 stories in height is what was in the old ASP, and now it's been taken out, so.
Sorry, I'm going to back you up. Which policy number is that? Am I missing?
Policy number 3.5, and it has just been removed from that actual policy under commercial. You didn't include it.
Yeah, excuse me again. What page are you on? You're on the old one, right?
19 on the new one,
On the new one.
but it hasn't been included from the old one. So I guess my question is if it says a maximum 2 stories in a height of 10 meters.
That's in our existing ASP.
Right.
Which
And-
page in our existing
Oh,
ASP?
existing is page 56. Sorry.
That's fine. I just want to know where you are so I can speak to it. Okay, so to speak to this one, again, this is sort of good because we just finished talking about the land use bylaw. these things should be dealing with the policy matters, the bigger picture things. Getting into specifics with regards to frontage setbacks or building heights, I don't necessarily think it's appropriate in policy. That could be within land use. If there's a specific need to have this in here, maybe that was a determination at the time that it had to be black and white in the area structure plan, even if it contravenes the land use bylaw district. And that's what this potentially could do. So which one supersedes? The land use bylaw would supersede the area structure plan. So having a possibly contradictory policy with the land use bylaw rule or regulation,
So this has been moved over to
we'd
there?
rather avoid it.
Okay,
Is let the land use bylaw speak to building height in all the different districts.
okay. So, oh yeah, actually I have some corrections, I guess, or, I don't have a few more. You took on the same page on your commercial, you took the professional and office services out and moved it over to mixed-use development, but it changed in context. So in the old bylaw, you took the professional and service offices out of commercial, mixing residential, and you changed the entire meaning of it over in mixed-use development. So what it originally started out was that you could have apartment-style houses above commercial, and now it's reversed. You can have commercial above residential. So, which is okay, because you're doing mixed development, but I just thought I would note that that was your intention was to, I think, not change it, but the meaning has been changed there, so just a review for you on check. And then on page 23, you go back to the 3 pillars of sustainability under objectives, item A.
Is that just a note of the 3 versus the 4?
Yeah, the 3 versus the 4 there.
Can we
And
call a short recess? I don't want to have voting conflicts.
what's the matter?
I'm missing a counselor, he can't vote on the public hearing. And our primary objective here is to get comments from the public. And I hear there's maybe another question from somebody in the public?
Yes, I have a question.
Please. Turn the mic on for Brenda, please. Yes. We want to get you recorded.
My name is Brenda Kellerman-Tachuk, and we're landowners at Rosebud. My husband and I own the piece of land that you were talking about that's along the highway. And now, I recall receiving a letter that indicating that it would be changed from small agricultural to acreage or some such wording, and the letter seemed to indicate that it was simply a change of wording that was required by the new legislation or something. But I don't recall anything notifying me of the change of the hamlet boundaries to incorporate that piece of property, and so the first I saw of it was today that I'm aware of. And I don't know that that has any impact on my use of that property at all, or any impact on us as owners. I have no idea. I'm just wondering why the change, and I don't believe I had notice of it.
I'll
The other
get Gary to
question-
answer that question first, so we don't get.
Okay. The second question that I had is that I see on map number 4, under open space and recreation, that there's a proposed river walk path. I know that I had discussions with, I believe it was Nicole and Colton, I can't remember, when this was brought to the community hall in Rosebud, and there were drawings with this proposed path, and I said, that's not appropriate because that's not a part of this at this point, and I understood that that would be removed, but I see now that it's been incorporated, and I'm wondering who's proposing it, and if so, who's going to build it, maintain it, and pay for it?
Okay. Gary, can you answer them 2 questions, please? Or give us some insight? Thanks, Brenda.
Mr. Chairman, so first off, the letter being referenced was actually a letter that we sent to the landowner with regards to the land use bylaw. So she was one of the landowners. Okay. She was one of the landowners that were notified of about approximately 1,500 landowners of a possible change in their land use if the proposed land use bylaw was to be adopted in September 20th. So that is unrelated to the area structure plan process. That was another matter as a landowner who has a parcel of land that based on its parcel size, location, et cetera, would be redesignated to a more appropriate use under the new land use bylaw. With regards to the lands in question, which I believe I understand to be this land in question, we had 2 open houses. The first open house, if I'm not mistaken, and we're getting a little bit of a live feed from our previous planner who worked on the project, who's no longer with us. The first plan we had forward, we didn't have this shown as being residential. I think we might have had it left as ag or something to that effect. But then when we had further discussions, and if, for those of you who may have attended the open house, I don't want, what ended up happening is we had maps on the tables for both open houses. So it was a free-for-all, and that we asked everybody who was interested to basically draw on the maps, indicate what you like to see, what you don't like to see. If it was roads, if it was residential here, commercial, et cetera, sort of, for example, open space areas. We looked at this, and when we started to assess after the first open house that, hold on a minute, maybe the hamlet boundaries need to be modified here, and what is the rationale for why they are the way they are now. We looked at a bunch of criteria, and one of them was what's the more logical alignment of that hamlet boundary based on how the hamlet's developing. And when we came to the second open house, our mapping indicated that this would be residential as a proposed option. We had a number of individuals who thought, okay, that seemed to make sense based on the context of the whole picture and the need for the residential development. We have conversations, Natalie Andrzej-Jancic, who was our planner, who was working on this and responsible for the open house components, has had discussions with the owner on this parcel of land. And with regards to explanation on, okay, how did we go from agricultural to residential? And our suggestion is the applicant or the landowner has an opportunity to come to the public hearing like everybody else. We have additional lands as well, like a large chunk of land here, which was never factored in as anything other than future development, and it wasn't even assigned as residential in the existing plan. And we haven't heard much. I don't think we've heard that actually at all from this landowner. But that doesn't tie their hands with what they want to do on their property. Nobody's forcing this landowner or this landowner to turn it to residential. If they want to go in a different direction, sure. If they want to come in and come with something that's contrary to residential, they'll have to come in for an amendment for the parcel of land. As we've talked about earlier, is everybody can come in with an application they so choose, and council would look at it and have consideration for it. Based on what we were hearing from the residents, ratepayers, and ourselves, is residential seem to be an appropriate use of this land here. When you look at whether it was public surface, institutional, commercial, we don't recognize agricultural within the hamlet boundaries, so agricultural is also off the books as we looked at it. Outside of the hamlet boundary, agricultural development or activity is acceptable outside the hamlet boundaries and inside the ASP, but not necessarily within the hamlet. So planning staff's rationale was to most appropriate use at this location with the access it has and the views and vistas, because it sits up on a bit of a ridge, would be residential. And you can sort of see that tied in with our transportation and servicing network, which I can quickly bring up here as well. So again, the suggestion would be as a future road coming through here could possibly meander itself way through the development and up to the county road, as well as do an internal. Well, that provided an opportunity to possibly develop these lands from lower grounds, because there's a high likelihood that Alberta Transportation wouldn't allow access on the piece from their highway. So from our perspective, that's how we came up with that as being residential. If council teams think that there's a more appropriate land use for it, then by all means, that's what council's here to decide on the application or on the area structure plan. Now, sorry, the second question. Okay, my mistake. I've lost track of the second question.
It was the proposed one.
Okay,
If I
yeah.
could clarify then. I can advise, I didn't have any discussion Am I correct then that
Mr. Chairman. So, sorry, we're having a text discussion with the previous planner who was working on the file with us, and there seems to be some confusion with regards to discussions that did or did not occur. I haven't spoken to the landowner with regards to this parcel of land at the open houses. We've had discussions on additional development they're doing in Rosebud River Ridge, but not on this particular piece. My planner is indicating that she has had discussions with the landowner on this parcel in question, so we're having a difference of opinion on whether she was or wasn't aware of this, but here nor there. If council's decision is to modify the proposed hamlet boundary to not include these lands, that's a decision council can make today, as well as what the land use designation, appropriate land use designation would be for that parcel. Council can decide that today. Staff has recommended it be residential and recommended that it be included in the hamlet and follow some logical boundary lines. And that's how our hamlet came to be, is bounded by the river to the south, bounded by the road allowance undeveloped to the west, and bounded to the north by some logical township roads in the highway. However, again, if council wants to modify that, that's what this exercise allows to occur. With regards to the oh, sorry, I was just on that map.
Just to expand on that a little bit then, Gary, it's ceded to a crop now. If it was to be included in the hamlet, it wouldn't be. You'd still be able to go in and combine it. You'd still be able to seed it to crop next year.
That's a land use question. So that goes again to the fact that, well, what happens with the new land use bylaw? Just 1 second.
So the question is really, what's the ramification to the property owner? This is a future zoning map, really. What it comes down to, it has no effect in the present state. They can continue to occupy that land and use it as they choose as ag land, correct or not correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so did you hear that, Brenda?
yes, I did.
Okay. So future applications, is this going to change their capacity to make a future application for whatever?
So the area structure plan, if adopted as proposed, is recommending that these lands be used for residential purposes. So if the applicant chooses to go in a different direction that isn't residential, it would require an amendment to the area structure plan. That doesn't mean that it can't happen, they couldn't go in a different direction, it just means it would require an amendment to the area structure plan. That currently is what the applicant is going through right now with Rosebud River Ridge. Their commercial parcel is not allowed in the current ASP, therefore they have to amend this ASP. The fact that we're doing the bigger amendment, they're riding on the coattails of that with us at the same time, which is beneficial to make that change. So they would have to do the similar exercise in the future if they didn't go residential.
Okay, do you understand that, Brenda? If it was excluded and you wanted to develop it as residential, you'd have to include it in the area structure plan. You'd have to get included into the hamlet or it wouldn't work. Right, okay, so this way, if it did choose to be residential, it's a bonus to you because it's done for you. It's a baby step, yeah. Yeah, exactly, it saves a step, right? If you choose that, if you choose to put up a brewing operation or whatever, then that would, you'd had to do it anyway, right? Okay, so are you happy, okay with including it as residential? Okay, so next is the walking path. So you had a concern with the walking path.
Through the chair, with regards to the walking path, as I've alluded to when we went through the discussion or the presentation earlier, these are all hypotheticals. A bunch of pieces have to come into play. One example could be, well, if the county acquires land on either side of the river, on one side versus the other, either way, we can basically, under the Municipal Government Act, protect 6 meters of shoreline. If that was to be the case, then that 6 meters potentially could be where the pathway is, and that would be county-owned land. If the landowner wanted to provide some land along the banks of the river, they could do that as well and allow the county to put a trail pathway system in. Those are two options that may be available to a landowner or to the county, but it requires various parties to come to the table together. Having this pathway shown here, whether it's on this side of the river or the other side, doesn't force anybody's hands that it has to be there. It just says, again, this is where we'd like to see a pathway and connectivity throughout the ASP. There's a bunch of those scenarios throughout here that are a bunch of what-ifs depending on how development evolves over time. And maybe a good portion of this doesn't occur. Like the rail to trails, we may never see that. But it seems to be going in that direction, and maybe if the opportunity presents itself, well, then this policy helps provide some guidance for that.
Okay, do you understand? That answers your questions? No troubles with it then? Okay, any other questions from the public or concerns? Brenda?
So just to clarify on that, on Brenda's question, the rezoning, so because of the area structure plan, they're not automatically being rezoned then. So it's remaining in ag general until their choice to rezone it. Is that, so the only thing that would be affected right now, because you put it in the hamlet would be animal units at this point in time. So if they had animals on it, would be the only thing that would affect immediately because you put it inside. If we change the boundary, we put it inside.
Through the.
But are
yes,
they not
allow you to-
grandfathered in?
Through the chair. So first off, as the landowners indicated, she's received a letter from the county's planning department indicating that her parcel of land, this one in question, is zoned agricultural general. And based on the proposed land use bylaw in front of council for September 20th, that parcel, again, we don't have the letter in front of us, but I assume it's probably accurate, is that it would be rezoned to or country residential, not AESH. Country residential, I assume what that letter's saying based on parcel size. What's your parcel size, Brenda, on that piece? I'm sorry. Yeah, what's the parcel size? Approximately 12 acres. Okay, that's what it is, okay. So the current land use, whether it's is AG or ASH, it would fall into country residential land use district under the new bylaw. So let's leave the ASP out of the equation for a second because the question is about the land use bylaw. So that parcel on September 20th, if the LEB is approved by council as presented, her parcel along with 1,500 other parcels approximately, hers in particular would be rezoned to country residential. She has to do what's within the country residential land use district moving forward. If she has something going on the land right now, and it's my understanding this land is vacant, there's no housing, no anything on it, no restrictions on it. She can continue to farm that all she wants, and there's no requirement for her not to, or nothing the county can force her not to do. If we go back to the ASP for a second, if she's in the hamlet boundaries, her opportunity to develop the site actually increases because you'll see the policies in the ASP before you now that actually discourage development outside the hamlet boundaries within the ASP boundary. Is first and foremost, we want to see the hamlet boundary fill up. Once you get to that point, then we can go past those boundaries. So the way this is set up now, her potential for developing her site is much greater than it would be if she's outside of the hamlet boundary. And if she goes back to where the original ASP is. Does that help answer the question?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
I still have some more.
Through the chair, is the question regarding today's land use bylaw or the proposed land use bylaw, the changes?
Through the chair, under the draft proposed land use bylaw, the animal unit restrictions are if your parcel has a hamlet designation, not if it's hamlet boundaries. So if it's an AG parcel within hamlet boundaries, you can still have livestock units. If you were to rezone it to hamlet residential, then you couldn't. Or, sorry, any of them, AG, ASH, country residential, and if it's a non-hamlet zoning, there's no animal unit requirements. You can have animal units, so you're fine.
Any other questions? How come, Brandon, question?
Yeah, but you go ahead. You said you had a question, yeah.
Question, how come the campground and the golf course aren't included in the expansion? Was there, I'm sure there's consideration, I've never heard of.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there was some consideration with regards to whether they should be included or not. They're not in the present area structure plan, and we don't have the background on why they were or they weren't. We looking at it and going, okay, from a servicing perspective, they're not provided hamlet services. There's no services in the immediate area. Is it appropriate to have those type of activities in the hamlet, or can they suffice outside of the hamlet but in the ASP? So the decision was, is they're probably more suited within the area structure plan, but not part of the hamlet. And that's how we came up with that decision to keep it out.
Because of servicing, basically.
Primarily in just optics, campgrounds, golf course, they could function in either scenario. And we just didn't see the justification of the merit to put it within the hamlet boundaries. We were using the Rosebud River as a pretty good defining line on where the hamlet was. We do have a little bit of an exception with regards to the two parcels as you come right into the hamlet where we have the large residential building going up. But other than that, we try to stick with the Rosebud River.
I believe that was a servicing request too.
Yes.
Okay, Brenda, you had a question?
Yeah, just a 4.2.7 and 4.3.5. It's the same statement. It's regarding environmentally sensitive areas and environmental reserves. And it was added by our staff. And I think that it should read may as opposed to shall, because it doesn't address existing. So just a word change there from shall to may, because what you're saying is shall is mandatory, and that doesn't address existing on those. Yeah, it's just a standard statement that you included under both areas. So it's just a change to read may as opposed to shall. And then that would address the existing people in downtown on that. Like existing developments that, right now you're making it mandatory for everybody on redesignation, everything to do that. So by putting shall in there versus may, that's the only thing. And it may not be required.
That's in 4 different places.
4 different places on the environmental reserve.
Yeah.
So that was,
That's on page 30 of your ASP.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, just give me 1 second. I'm referring to the
That's
older,
good.
or
Take
the
your
older
time.
ASP.
how I read it was that all existing, so if I had a bed and breakfast, let's say on downtown, I would have to do an environmental site assessment, because it's mandatory according to that if you redesignate to a commercial, industrial, or, and according to that statement, shall is mandatory. And Alice just mentioned that there's shall all the way through that environmental reserve policy.
Through the chair, and the shall is consistent with the previous ASP that you note shall throughout the AR section. It states that it's only for redesignation applications for commercial, mixed-use, institutional, and business industrial development, so a suite, a deck, those type of things are development permits. This policy doesn't note that it's mandatory for development permits, it's just for redesignation to those uses or for subdivision over 2 lots. So all the existing in the downtown, so to speak, if they're to come in with a DP, this doesn't make it mandatory that they have to do an environmental site assessment.
So if you have something in commercial, so if I'm like, for example, I know that the community wants to have different kind of commercial, so that maybe mean a artist shop in the front, which is commercial, they would have to do an environmental site assessment to put an art gallery in their front living room and sell out of their thing.
Through the chair. As indicated in the draft, it's, you have in front of you the map. That map is consistent with what was in the original ASP that currently is in play. As you'll see, almost the entire, with the exception of a small sliver on the south end, is in what I called provincially recognized, but is actually federally recognized environmentally significant area, this stretch of land. So we do take this seriously with regards to environmental considerations. I think historically we've probably been a little lapse on that with requiring it automatically for any development. But staff would stand by the word shall, not may, not maybe, but shall. And under those conditions, as Colton's indicated, subdivision applications that contain 2 or more lots and redesignation applications for commercial mixed-use institutional business, not development permits, redesignation applications, and subdivision of residential. Development permits, we're going to assume that at development permit stage, you've gone through all that consideration, had some consideration for it. Now, if during circulation of a development permit, for some reason, we have the requirement or we have an external agency that wants to have an ESA done, for example, something that might be next to the railway line, that typically would happen, it trumps our ASP requirements. Right. But because of the sensitive nature of that whole plan area, let alone the hamlet, and sort of basically a carryover from what was in the original ASP, we're just providing more clarity, we feel that it's extremely relevant that environmentally sensitive or environmentally significant areas be assessed for every application in which you have some impact of a nature. 1 or 2 residential lots, we've deemed that not to be warranting it. Anything greater than that, sure, it would dictate it. And anything of a commercial, industrial, mixed-use nature, we figure we suggest warrants it too. Again, council's discretion if they want to change the wording on that, but staff stand by the shall.
Go ahead, Alice.
Why would your land use framework not cover the scary? That was one of your points you made a couple of times today, that's what the land use framework is for. So why would that not be in the land use policy instead of in the ASP?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I'm not sure of the question.
Why would you have shall and make this mandatory under an ASP when on numerous occasions today you've said that it should be in our land use bylaw? Our land use bylaw should cover all of these points that you've got here on environment, not the ASP.
Through the chair, I'm not sure I would agree.
Well,
you did mention the land use framework, which is actually what we refer to land use framework SSRP, which isn't the land use bylaw. So there's 2 different entities. And this component here, I wouldn't suggest is dealt with or addressed as rules and regulations in the land use bylaw. It could be, but I think it's clearly appropriate here, as was the case with the existing ASP, where they talk about the requirement to have consideration for environmental.
well, the way I look at it is this: not everybody's going to go to the ASP to find these rules and regulations, so they should be in the land use bylaw, so that when you go to the land use bylaw, you will find a policy there that it's either going to be mandatory for these items, or it's not, or it could be may. It shouldn't be in an ASP plan.
Through the chair, the reason it's in this area structure plan is because this is an area of national environmental significance. If we were to take this and put it in the land use bylaw, that would mean we would have to apply this to every subdivision and redesignation across the board, whether it be in an area of no environmental significance at all. That's why this is applicable to this particular plan area rather than a blanket statement across the county that would be quite extensive.
Through the chair, I think I agree with where the staff's coming from. They're talking about natural vegetation, and the riparian protected area shall remain vegetated. If it isn't vegetated, it's not a protected, it's not riparian, you've got wasteland there if it isn't That's the idea of the riparian protected area, is to keep vegetation on it. We're going through, well, it's in there, but it's covered in here too. It isn't gonna hurt anything to have it in here. It tells them under natural vegetation within that area, because that is a sensitive area. That whole valley is a sensitive area. They've got a public hearing going on in Three Hills right now over that same issue on a development down the road. And supposedly, we're proponents of the people that are fighting it, and now today we're saying ease up on it, on our own land use bylaw.
No?
So, yeah, we are.
Land use bylaw, this is an area three.
Anyways, I don't disagree with where the staff's coming from, and if it's a riparian protected area, then it needs to be vegetated, and the development
So
proponents need to know that.
my point to the whole question on this was that anybody currently in Rosebud that decides that they would like to, and that is downtown core, doesn't need to be near a river, anybody that would like to change into a commercial business would be required, and commercial being either storefront or those kind of things would require to have an environmental site assessment done mandatory by that statement. So I don't have a problem if the residents of Rosebud are fine with doing an environmental site assessment, but by putting that in there, that's mandatory for everybody that switches to commercial or does any commercial venture inside of Rosebud Hamlet. So if you'd like to leave it that way, that's fine, but it sure slows down economic development. It's not one of those things that I would recommend, I guess. Further that, I guess the only other thing that I have is on page 35. At the end of 5.1.13, transportation impact assessment, last paragraph. It says staff may feel, and I'd like that changed to read the county may request.
Yeah, there's no objection. I think the wording's pretty loose, so we can tighten that up.
Okay. Further to Brenda's earlier question about environmental impact, that was in the previous area structure plan, I'm hearing?
No.
Mr. Chairman, that's what I was trying to dig up. It's my understanding that that's been in there from day one, the requirement for it, and we haven't been following that policy.
And we
very
haven't been
clearly.
following it.
And that's why we just reiterate it and provide some more clarity with what it triggers with.
Okay.
So,
Actually,
So the residents of Rosebud, you've heard, have you got any thoughts on it? Being it was in there before, but it is an environmentally sensitive area. Diane, go ahead, please. Can you use the mic, please?
Through the chair. So I just have a question for Rosebud River Ridge. Like, we've already done a lot of these studies and things that have been required. So does that mean that we will have to do them again? Or will you just accept the environmental assessment that has been prepared previously on the same land?
Gary, can you answer that, please?
yeah, the objective of this isn't to catch anybody who's currently in the process off guard. They're in process. They've provided supporting studies. This was adopted today. We're not going to backtrack and say, okay, we need it updated or changed. So no, they wouldn't be subject to any of these, that requirement in particular.
Right.
If I may, with regards to whether or not it's in the current area structure plan. So on page 26 of the existing area structure plan, it states environmental assessment, and this is where it talks about environmentally significant areas. It shows that map that I had up on the screen earlier. And the policy is thus, 1, environmental assessment. As identified on map 6, which is similar to what I had up earlier, the entire plan area is located within a nationally significant ESA. Development proposals within the plan area shall be required to perform an environmental assessment before being considered for approval. That's a very blanket policy. What we've done is we've been very specific on what that blanket is. And as opposed to saying everything and anything, including development permits, would trigger that. We've said it's subdivision over 2 lots and it's redesignation of the commercial, industrial, institutional stuff. So if anything, I would suggest that the requirement in the policy now is actually a bit more free flow or more specific and doesn't include everybody and everything that comes through the planning department. And the word shall is used there as well. It's not an option, it's shall.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Any comments from public? Any more comments from council? Brenda?
In your definitions, municipal reserve, you've changed that and it's no longer a definition. And you took out collector road, but I was glad to see that you added the collector, you took out collector roads out of the definitions. But that being said, I was glad to see that you included Main Street as part of the collector road. And I guess my other question is in your hearings and in your public consultations, there was growing concern previously by other Rosebud residents over the old hotel. As it was mentioned, the historic and, was that ever re-mentioned, the historic and declaring it a municipal, historical resource municipally? That was mentioned in the first Rosebud area structure plan, and it has been taken out of this area structure plan, and whether the people of Rosebud are still interested in doing that, or whether we've moved forward on that.
In 2013, on the 100th year anniversary, it was declared a historical resource by the province.
Okay, so it is what it is then. Okay, good. Thank you for that information.
Okay, any other questions? So as far as amendments, you've taken some word changes. You're going to add the 4 pillars instead of the 3 that are currently in there then?
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, I can touch on the amendments as I understand them.
Okay.
And indicate, and then if that's council's wishes.
The mic isn't on.
So good, only once today. I could go through the different changes, amendments that have been suggested and that I understand council may want to see happen. And if council's in agreement, then we can continue to proceed forward with amendments. If you need to have all this drawn up or drafted up, we'll definitely need some time to do it because there's a bunch of edits that would have to be required. So let me go through the list and then let you decide how you want to proceed. So one of the first set is we have references to 3 pillars of development or sustainability. We're actually going to correct that to represent 4 pillars, which is more current with what the current sort of environment is. And in particular, it's section 1.3.4 and 3.9A. I'm probably confident there's a few more, so it'll be a search and replace situation. So we'll make that change over from 3 to 4 and specify what those 4 are. On table 2, we'll add that text as it relates to section 1.2.3, which is at the back end of a sentence. Looks like we've missed finishing that sentence off, so we'll add table 2 with a period. Map 2, we'll rename map 2 Hamlet Expansion Established Area Boundary. With regards to map 5, and it wasn't noted, but we caught this after first reading, is the word significant is misspelled, so we'll just correct that spelling on significant. And then throughout the document, we'll also do a search and replace of Rosebud Dinner Theater to represent or to read Rosebud Theater only. That's all I have for amendments. If I'm missing anything, please let me know.
Any comment, questions, or queries on amendments? Want to add some, take some off? What's that?
Last one, which is staff.
Oh, yeah, mine. Do you have the page in front of you by chance?
Okay.
35? Okay, sorry.
And a correction to
Mr. Chairman, I'll speak to that one. We get a little bit sensitive, and we're experiencing this with the land use bylaw too, is if it's defined in the Municipal Government Act, we tend not to define it ourselves. We'll just refer to the Municipal Government Act, and then that way the province is dictating what that definition is. So you'll see that in the land use bylaw too, is when we start referencing stuff out of the MGA, we'll just say go see the MGA and not try to define it ourselves in any way, shape, or form. Because all we would do is basically cut and paste it, and if it ever changed at the provincial level. So we'd feel that's still adequate the way it is. With regards to the the wording on page 35. So the suggested amendment would be replace staff may feel the proposed development requires to administration may request the proposed development require. So just replace staff with administration and replace feel with request.
Okay.
County. If you're going to refer to an act, then if you're going to go back to the municipal reserve, then put the MGA Act in there, not just act. It's not really defined. It says MR is referred to as in the act. So if you want to put Municipal Government Act, because not everybody is familiar with all these terms.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. So page 3 of the MGA, we start right out of the gate with 1.1.1 planning hierarchy. So when Alberta land use planning is administered under the Municipal Government Act in brackets MGA. So after we get to a certain point at the beginning of the document, we start going short form with everything, with acronyms. So we've explained the acronym at the beginning of the document, so we didn't think it was necessary to explain the acronym in the definitions. But if you guys choose to have that done, we can do that.
Okay. Any other questions? Public? Close the public hearing for bylaw 2016-05, and we are in council's wishes. We can give second and third readings today with aforementioned amendments, or you can wait for the amendments in writing, I guess, too.
I'll move second reading with the aforementioned amendments. They don't change the process or the document.
Okay. Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Rex has moved third reading. Is there any questions or concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We want a short break, or you want to plow on to the next one? Anyone care for a break? Okay, we'll go to open the public hearing for bylaw 2016-26. The proper, are you doing this one, Gary? Okay. Yeah. Have all the notifications been done? Does any member of the public have any concerns of any councillor listening to this public hearing? Participating in the public hearing? Not seeing any, please continue.
So before you is application PL 2016-36. It's tied to bylaw 2016-26. With reference to the owners, it's multiple owners. With reference to the applicant, it's Wheatland County initiating this bylaw. The legal description, it includes portions of land within the southwest of 18, 27, 21 west of the 4th, portions of the northwest of 07, 27, 21 west of the 4th, portions of the northeast of 07, 27, 21 west of the 4th. It's in Division 6. Plan area is approximately 178.53 acres. What you have before you is a map indicating, as you've seen earlier, this is directly tied to the area structure plan that was just adopted by council. The boundaries shown in blue dashed lines represents what I'll call the acknowledged hamlet boundaries. But again, as I've suggested in the earlier public hearing and the presentation, there is no bylaw of council that we have on record establishing that boundary. So this bylaw would establish that boundary consistent with the recently adopted area structure plan. The area you see shaded in gray is the additional lands that would be included within the sort of referenced current hamlet boundary. And so if you look close enough, you'll see a little dashed red line in there, and it's in your package as well, indicating the proposed hamlet boundary moving forward. A little bit of background, it's in your package as well. Right here. My apologies, I actually have the wrong map up for you. It's going to bounce. For a second. So the area structure plan, the previous area structure plan actually made reference to a future hamlet boundary which was considerably more larger in parcel size than the one being proposed. Oops, I think I broke the computer. So again, I'll just touch on this briefly and then we'll move forward. So the current hamlet of Rosebud area structure plan identified an area of approximately 76.70 acres in size as being the boundaries for the hamlet of Rosebud. A subsequent map, and that's what I'm trying to pull up now, identifies a much larger area of approximately 674 acres as being the future hamlet boundary. Regardless, it is not clear in Resolution 11309 of Council what hamlet boundaries were to be expanded. And this was a resolution came forward in April of 2011 when the actual area structure plan was adopted. So it was, I guess, maybe assumed that when the area structure plan was adopted, the hamlet boundaries went with it and were defined with it. I'm going to leave that alone because it's really not abundantly germane to what we're dealing with here. I'll just give you some more background on the fact that in the previous area structure plan, there was a considerably larger area proposed for the future hamlet. This suggests that this land would probably be sufficient for many years to come before you need to expand that boundary and move outward. So that being said, area structure plan has been adopted by council based on this hamlet boundary. The application is asking for council to give second and third reading with regards to these boundary limits. Or council has the option to refuse the application PL 2016-36 and rescind the bylaw, which is 2016-26. So sorry for that being a little jargled, but council has before them two options. One is to approve the bylaw, one is to refuse the bylaw, or to refuse the application and rescind the bylaw.
Anything else, Gary?
That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks so much. Any comments or concerns or questions from the public? Nothing. Any questions from council? Staff? Not seeing anything. I'll close the public hearing for bylaw 2016-26, and we're now in council. Council's wishes. Ben has moved second reading. Any question or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Rex has moved third reading. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. And we're now going to open the public hearing for bylaw 2015-47. And this is Colton going to do this one?
That's correct. Yes.
Has all the notifications been done?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's all been done.
Is there any member of the public have any concerns of any councillor listening to this public hearing? Not seeing any, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish I could. I just got to wait for the computer. It's a little bit slow right now. Close all. I can just do it off of the agenda package. There we go. Okay. So file 2015-54, it's bylaw 2015-47. The owners are Brenda and Michon, and apologies if I mess up the last names, Kellerman Kachuk and Rosebud River Properties Limited. The applicant is Patricia Maloney. The legal description is the southwest 1827-21 west of the 4th. That's the first parcel, and the second one is Plan 53/29B. The titled areas of the two parcels are 40.9 acres, and the second one is 4.55 acres. The existing land use district is Agricultural General District, and the proposed land use district is Hamlet Residential General District and Hamlet Commercial District. So the purpose is to redesignate 6.12 acres from AG to the Hamlet Residential General and Hamlet Commercial. This will accommodate 17 residential parcels, 1 commercial parcel, municipal reserve, environmental reserve, and a public utility lot. The balance of Southwest 18, 27, 21, west of the 4th, is to remain agricultural general district. Location of the parcel, I'll just go down to our location map here. Oh, man, this is tricky. Okay, so it's in the green area here. This is the circulation map. I'll just leave it on the bylaw map while we're going through this. So I'll give a bit of background information. The area concept plan that facilitated this development was submitted in April 2012, and it was approved by Municipal Planning Commission. In June 2013, the redesignation application was submitted. There was 2 at the time, one for the commercial aspect and one for the residential aspect. It was approved, however, it didn't receive 3rd reading, so it expired when there was no subdivision approved, and it expired in 2015. So on August 23rd, 2015, there was a letter sent to the applicants noting outstanding issues with a checklist in the letter noting things that were outstanding. In February 2014, the applicant submitted a new subdivision application, but it was not deemed complete by staff due to outstanding information. Since both expired, the applicant has now resubmitted their proposal under a single land use redesignation application in order to proceed. The subdivision application has also been submitted, and it will follow once deficiencies are addressed in the application. As part of the review and process and resubmission of this application, it was noted that updates to the ASP and the hamlet boundaries were required to facilitate this proposal. Fortunately, the area structure plan and the hamlet boundaries bylaws were just approved by council, so this land use can also move forward now. In terms of the municipal development plan, the proposed land use redesignation aligns with some of the MDP plan's policies in terms of using land efficiently, minimizing the land consumed for urban uses, and minimizing greenfield development. I'm going to give a brief overview of these sections. It is all outlined in your report, so I'll just try to do the highlights of our policy analysis. We do have some concerns with regard to the overall community plan in terms of addressing the MDP's guiding principle of preserving natural areas. At the subdivision stage, staff would like to see the lot layout address the existing slope conditions in a more sensitive manner to ensure that this principle of the MDP is addressed. As I'm going to note throughout most of these are just kind of bringing issues to the forefront, but they're not applicable necessarily at the land use stage. They'll have to be addressed forward at the subdivision stage of development as we work through that process. Okay, so there's some guiding principles. They did meet the mixing of land uses, which is guiding principle number 4. Given the site's location and layout, staff is of the opinion that additional commercial opportunities would not be appropriate, so we are satisfied with the proposed mix of that 1 commercial lot with that residential. That's satisfactory. Guiding principle number 5 of fostering a unique community identity will have to be explored further at the subdivision stage in terms of architectural controls registered on title and those type of things. In terms of transportation choices, guiding principle number 7 notes that a variety of transportation choices should be provided. This will have to be done at the subdivision stage in terms of conditions for walking and cycling paths and those kind of things with the development. Guiding principle number 10 notes that low impact design should be used, and this will also be addressed further at the subdivision stage. Examples might include sensitive site design, using native landscaping plants, and improved water quality through stormwater management techniques. Okay, in terms of the MDP's natural area section, slope will be a key consideration at the subdivision stage. A lot of the slopes noted in this development are greater than 15% in grade. The applicable natural area objectives noted in the MDP state that development shall manage development to protect existing natural areas, promote natural areas as a resource for recreational activity, and protect environmentally sensitive areas and habitat areas from encroachment. We'll have to look at that closer at the subdivision stage to ensure that this land use is cohesive with the existing natural area there. Stormwater management, once again, subdivision issue. Staff does wish to briefly note that the municipal reserve disposition between the county and the applicant will need to take place for their proposed stormwater management strategy to work. This disposition will be brought forward when the stormwater engineers have determined the exact size requirements for the stormwater pond that are appropriate for a development of this scale. Okay, and then we go into the MDP's residential development objectives, and we note that this is an ideal location for residential development, and it aligns with those objectives as there is existing entertainment, a fire hall, a church, golf courses, and theaters. So there are opportunities for residents in this area to live, work, and play, so to speak. And it also does increase the viability of the county's hamlets and minimizes the encroachment of residential development onto agricultural lands. The layout of this development between Highway 840, abandoned railroad tracks, and 3rd Ave ensures that there is minimal conflict between land uses, so you're not going to have a huge issue in terms of a buffer between ag and residential. It is ideally situated in that it's between kind of some nice buffering, which is good. In terms of development policies, the proposal will need to provide adequate plans at the subdivision stage for servicing and any required transportation network upgrades. The MDP has some policies on environmental reserve. Under Section 664 of the MGA and subject to Section 663, the county may take ER land which is generally considered environmentally sensitive or unsuited for development. Although staff supports residential and commercial zoning in this plan area, ER will be a planning tool required to ensure the development is in alignment with county policies in the MGA. This will be required at the subdivision stage. In the municipal reserve, subject to Section 663 of the MGA, the county may require an owner to require a parcel of land as municipal reserve, and that may not exceed 10% of the total land. The objective of MR is to ensure that new development provides an adequate amount of open space, parks, and trails for users, and this objective ties in with the multimodal aspect of providing walking and cycling opportunities for residents of new developments, as well as recreational opportunities for kids that may live in the development as well. So at the subdivision stage, MR will be required to ensure that this area is suitable for residential development, just as you see with subdivisions in town, in Strathmore, and other hamlets where you have to have some park space and open space so the residents do have stuff to do outside of their home. The proposed redesignation was reviewed under the policies and objectives of the just approved Rosebud Area Structure Plan. So it aligns with the established area policies, as it will allow for residential housing types. Residential development, section 3.3.3 notes that development should be sensitive to adjacent land uses. As I noted earlier, I feel that this staff feels that this is an appropriate location to minimize conflict between opposing land uses. Section 3.4 of the ASP notes that the Rosebud School of the Arts has resulted in increased pressure for residential development in the town. This proposal will address that. And this proposal will be required to align with the ASP at the subdivision stage by ensuring the negative impacts of the residential development are mitigated in terms of impact on the natural environment. The ASP goes into commercial development, and it notes basically 4 points in terms of minimizing pollution, light pollution, landscaping, those type of things. That would be dealt with at a development permit stage for that commercial development on that site if this land is rezoned. The ASP notes some open space and recreational policies. Policy 3.9.3, paths and trail development, states that paths and trails should be constructed in conjunction with new development, i.e. constructed by the developer at their cost. This will need to take place at the subdivision stage to ensure this area is well connected to the existing hamlet. Path connections and layouts are noted on map 4, open space and recreation map of the ASP, and attached to this report. So we'd be looking at that open space map to determine how we can work future pathways into the conditions for the subdivision if this land use goes through. And it kind of repeats basically from the MDP. The ASP has similar policies in terms of municipal reserve and environmentally sensitive areas that'll have to be looked at. As per the land use bylaw review, the proposed redesignation to Hamlet Commercial District and Hamlet Residential General District aligns with the bylaw, as these districts will accommodate the proposed uses that facilitate the redesignation in future subdivision. As their applicant did note in terms of the storage, we'll have to look at that at the public hearing stage for the land use bylaw in terms of that use within the Hamlet Commercial designation on September 20th to ensure that that use would fit within the land use bylaw. All rules and regulations of these districts will need to be addressed at the DP stage. At the subdivision stage, the proposed parcels will need to align with the size requirements noted to ensure alignment. Further restrictions on development may occur on parcels that have geotechnical concerns in terms of caveats and those type of things registered on title. Staff does wish to note that under the current land use bylaw, the Hamlet Residential General District allows for dwellings manufactured as a discretionary use. The rezoning to Hamlet Residential General does open up the possibility of these type of homes in Rosebud under the current land use bylaw. This would be a significant departure in staff's perspective from the existing built form. However, under the draft LUB, if approved, manufactured homes are not a use, so this point would be moot. The redesignation to Hamlet Residential General also allows for dwelling semi-detached on the proposed redesignation area. This could effectively double the density and population of Rosebud River Ridge while having an impact on the net transportation network and servicing proposals. Once again, though, under the draft land use bylaw, if approved, this would also be a moot point as dwellings semi-detached are in a different zone than this one. Okay, external circulation. Alberta Health Services had a number of comments. They also reviewed some documents that were submitted previously. They reviewed a phase 1 environmental site assessment and the concept plan. Some of their comments are, they concur, they have no concerns with the phase 1 environmental site assessment. They support the proposed connection to an Alberta Environment Approved municipal or regional drinking water and wastewater system. If the proposed land development will not be connected, AHS wishes to be notified. It is AHS's understanding that holding tanks may be temporarily utilized until the municipal wastewater system is upgraded to accommodate additional connections and/or flows. In general, Alberta Health Services does not recommend or support wastewater holding tanks wherever possible. The mismanagement or irresponsible use of holding tanks can contribute to nuisance issues and the contamination of groundwater, including drinking water aquifers. If temporary wastewater holding tanks are approved and installed as part of the development, AHS recommends Wheatland County incorporates contractual agreements with wastewater haulers and developers and have them provide supporting documentation to minimize their mismanagement. They noted they'd like to receive info and comment on the specific commercial development proposed for the Hamlet commercial area noted there. They'd also like to comment on building or development permit applications for public facilities. I'll note there's no public facilities planned for these specific areas. Comment number 6, in recent years, West Nile virus has become a significant public health concern in southern Alberta. Alberta Health Services is recommending that the stormwater management facilities be designed to prevent formation of stagnant shallow bodies of water. So that'll be looked at the subdivision stage with our external consulting engineer to ensure the plan addresses that design in terms of not too much stagnation. Number 7, any older existing water wells or wastewater systems must be decommissioned. Number 8, no groundwater, soils, or surface water should be polluted, and that runoff should be protected. And number 9 and 10 are the standard conditions in terms of ensuring that the properties are maintained with the Alberta Public Health Act. Alberta Transportation commented, from initial review, no information has been provided regarding the layout of the proposed subdivision, and therefore it is difficult to review. Please note that no new access to Highway 840 will be permitted, and as a result, indirect highway access is available via the existing 2nd Ave intersection. That is their proposed plan. There's no proposals to connect to the highway, so there's no concerns with their comments. It sounds like they will have more detailed ones once they're circulated at the subdivision stage. There was no comments received from any other bodies. In terms of our circulation to landowners, everyone was circulated within a half mile. There was 1 letter received in support of the proposed redesignation application. So staff or council has 2 options. Option 1, the bylaw 2015-47 be given 2nd reading, and motion 2 that it be given 3rd and final reading, or option 2 that application PL 2015-54 be refused. Staff is recommending option 1 approval for the following reasons. The proposed redesignation aligns with the policies and objectives of the MDP. It also aligns with the Rosebud Area Structure Plan, with the land use bylaw, and detailed servicing infrastructure and plans will be addressed at the subdivision stage of development. Just go through our maps here quickly. So here's the location plan, the subject lands, the 2 parcels. This is the rezoning map. So we're going to go agriculture general to Hamlet commercial in this red area, the yellow to the Hamlet residential general. The site plan, you'll see it goes over onto the 2nd parcel. Circulation. And then the letter in support of the application is noted here. This now aligns with the future land use concept map in the area structure plan in terms of where the commercial should go and the residential. And then this is the open space and recreation map that will be utilized when we're looking at conditions for subdivision in terms of pathways and connections for Rosebud River Ridge to the existing hamlet. And I'll just go back up. Options and the recommendation, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Colton. Is there any comments or questions from the public? Now would be a good time. Go ahead. Sure. Do you need our computer? Okay. Okay. Does it work with a new computer, though? Okay. Restarting. Okay.
Don't say anything.
Suzanne Belleville, see them little circles going around? She calls that the hamster spinning wheel of death.
My apology, Mr. Chairman. Technical difficulties. I certainly appreciate staff's extensive report. We have a presentation where we're going to address a lot of those issues. I think with land use designation, the key question, though, is this an appropriate land use for the land? And certainly now your area structure plan identifies it as an appropriate use. The landowner has, the residents have supported it, and so I think that's one of the key things we have to keep in mind here. So this is the land that has been now included in the hamlet of Rosebud, and it is the subject land of the Rosebud River Ridge subdivision. One of the things we'd like to say is the population projections in the area structure plan indicate that by 2021 there'll be 146 people in the hamlet, and it could be a little low based on a very low projection for this development. 17 homes times 2.6 residents. This could generate 44 residents in this development. The property is located immediately north of existing development, and as staff has said, bordered by the abandoned rail line, 840 and 3rd Avenue. So the purpose of the application is to provide for hamlet residential, hamlet commercial, and municipal reserve lands. The 17 lots are proposed primarily for single family. The public utility lot will be for the pump out sanitary facility, and the commercial parcel is for proposed to be an indoor storage facility where residents can rent a locker or a portion to store vehicles, boats, other equipment, and then the balance will remain agriculture of the balance of the parcel. So as we can see here, the commercial parcels in the southern corner, residential, and then the balance will remain in agriculture. As noted in the presentation by staff, the commercial site will also, everything accesses off of 3rd Avenue. Sorry, my eyesight's not very good. 3rd Avenue, and will end up in a cul-de-sac. You may remember the actual subdivision because it has come before you. We've been doing this for a while, but this is the proposed subdivision, which will come later. Staff provided a lot of their comments that were related to subdivision, which obviously we'll deal with later. But the residential portion includes the 17 lots and the commercial in the south. Under the newly adopted area structure plan, residential is the primary use, and the commercial site, as we've noted. We do have concerns about this. We will be sending a letter in regards to the land use bylaw because currently the proposed land use bylaw does not allow any kind of a storage, mini storage, small warehouse in the hamlet commercial. We've made a note of it now. We will be sending a formal letter. That is the intent, has always been the intent of this development. Just like to go back to this drawing as well, and you can see here, this is the portion where we are proposing storm pond, and that we've talked about the disposition of the municipal reserve land to be a public utility lot. We presented this to council on August 28th of 2015. We received support in principle. Obviously, there was not a formal disposition of the land at that time. That would be the stormwater pond. The stormwater report and the pond report were submitted to the county in 2014. So a lot of that work has been done, some fine-tuning and detailed engineering, obviously, but the intent is that the stormwater will flow into here to be a pond, which may in fact be more like a dry pond in actual fact, and then eventually flow to the river. Recognizing provincial approvals have to happen as well. So then, this just talks a little bit about the uses. Currently, warehouse and commercial storage are discretionary use in hamlet commercial. Under the proposed land use bylaw, there's no such use whatsoever. So we'll be asking for some kind of a mini storage or commercial storage to be included to allow this development to proceed. In the principles of development, we believe this development represents a high level of design, that it provides long-term servicing options, that it fits all of the Wheatland policies and requirements, it provides open space, it provides connectivity, provides opportunity for trails and pathways, and that it will contribute to the hamlet in many, many ways. The commercial to economic development, but the residential to badly needed housing. Just to give you some ideas of the concepts, these are the concepts that have been developed for the commercial site. This developer has also been very involved in a lot of development in Rosebud and understands the character of the community, and the storage will be indoors and will provide a building that fits with the hamlet. In addition, the guidelines for residential do the same. And in fact, architectural guidelines were presented in the concept plan, which has been adopted. So while there may be more detail to those to be registered on title, those have been prepared as well. For reserves and open space, we understand 10% will be dedicated. We're proposing open space to be dedicated. We're proposing the paths and the linkages, and there's no issue or concern there. One of the concerns we do have is that, well, first of all, this is identified as a national environmentally sensitive area, which has been mentioned many times in the area structure plan presentation. And if you look at the map, the whole area has been identified, and yet we continue to farm and we do a lot of other things in it. So certain development will continue. Your hamlets are your growth nodes. You've identified them for future growth. This is now adopted in an area structure plan, so we believe this is the right place for it. And while through the chair, I completely agree that environmentally significant river valleys and riparian areas absolutely need to be protected. This site has been, it's been farmed, it's been grazed. We've done our biological studies, we've done our historical studies, and nothing of significance has shown itself on this particular property. The pathways and trails, the yellow lines would be incorporated into the development through either easements, rights of way, could potentially, there will also be sidewalks up the road, so there'll be a lot of opportunities for pedestrian connectivity to the rest of the hamlet. The river path is outside of the development, outside of the hamlet boundary, and will be taken at the time environmental reserve is taken. And since staff have opened up the door to discuss subdivision, we would like to state now that the land outside of the hamlet boundary, the land outside of the Rosebud River proposal is going to remain in agriculture, that the owner is not ready to dedicate any environmental reserve there. And while staff have indicated that the Municipal Government Act may not allow for deferment of environmental reserve, we have a legal opinion which states that should the county and the owner enter into an agreement, that reserve could be dedicated at a future date should something happen to that land, subdivision or development. This is a common practice in the City of Calgary. I realize we're not the City of Calgary, but it's a common practice in other municipalities to ensure that environmental reserve can be taken at a future date and doesn't have to be taken with the first subdivision. So environmentally significant areas, we recognize it's a sensitive area. We're not harming the riparian areas. We do know that there are some steep slopes here. A lot of the slopes are being dedicated as either municipal or environmental reserve, and there will have to be obviously engineering to ensure that houses can be built on the steep slopes, but we have had slope assessment and slope stability studies done, and we're quite confident that this is an appropriate area for the housing and the commercial site. So this is also in one of those gross maps of potential historic sites. We've got clearance from the province of Alberta. We actually did do a full historic impact assessment, not just the overview. We did a full historic impact assessment on this site. And it's been cleared by the province. So one of the guiding principles notes varieties of transportation choices. We know there aren't a lot of transportation choices in Rosebud right now, but certainly the pathway connectivity will provide pedestrian and cycling, and until such time as there's some other form of transportation, we'll keep our options open. And as we've said, the stormwater, it's been designed as low impact. The subdivision works with the natural terrain. I mean, one of the reasons we're keeping the slopes is because we're not doing the City of Calgary model where we just flatten everything. We're building with the natural terrain. The road construction is designed to be sensitive to the development. The storm pond will be located on the land below the escarpment, and basically we are protecting that river valley. So just, and I, if I misread that map, I thought one of those three lines going up into the property was stormwater, but the red dashed line shows what the direction of the stormwater will be. It will come down the escarpment into the pond and and through an agreement with the railway, cross the railway, and eventually into the river. There is a concept for the storm pond. The landscaping plans have been done for this, so that this will be, we believe, an additional amenity to that park that will be down there. It's going to be planned and designed and constructed so that it is an attractive amenity to the area. One of the comments was that given the steep slopes, that we need to ensure that there are building sites. With our original subdivision application, we provided a drawing indicating the building site on each lot outside of the steep slope zone. So that work has all been done and will be presented again at subdivision. And again, we're not going to impact natural areas because these areas have been farmed and grazed. It's not native grassland. It's been used for a number of years. So we will be protecting the setbacks, but that these lands themselves are not significant. We do understand that with the area structure plan identifying 2 new areas or potentially 3 new areas for residential area, you're fairly limited, and if Rosebud is to grow, something has to happen in these areas, and we believe we're presenting it in the most responsible manner. And as I've said, we will be asking that environmental reserve within the hamlet boundary portion of the subdivision can be dedicated at time of subdivision, but that the agricultural balance not give their environmental reserve at the time of subdivision, but that other arrangements be developed. So we just want to say we're supporting the staff recommendation. We would really appreciate second and third reading, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Is there any questions for Pat? Rex?
I guess I don't understand the deferment of the ER. Basically, if you have, and maybe I'll just ask you, what's the proposed subdivision? What's the number of lots?
17.
17. So I mean, if you sold 14 of those lots out of the 17, you'd be looking to buy more land and build more houses. So how long do you, through the chair, how long do you expect to have these homes available for sale? So how long will it take to sell out phase 1?
Okay, through the chair, I think there were 2 questions there. The absorption rate of these lots, we're anticipating it probably to be in 2 to 3 years. The opportunity for future expansion is not anticipated at all. We have not made a connected road. This dead ends. There will not be any development further north of here connected through this property. The owners have indicated that it is for agriculture and it will stay agriculture. So the second part of the question was deferring the environmental reserve. And it's no different than when you're doing a subdivision and you defer the municipal reserve. So if somebody's subdividing a parcel out of a quarter section and you're taking municipal reserve, you take 10%. You're taking 10% of the subdivided parcel. You're not taking 10% of the 160 acres. So this is the same here, that you would be taking, an environmental reserve doesn't have a number, but you would be taking the environmental reserve that is in the portion that you're subdividing and deferring the balance of it through an agreement for future. So the bottom line is there also that should that be deferred, part of the agreement with the owner may someday be an environmental conservation easement where the pathway could potentially be built along the river. But what we're saying is that might come as a future thing, but not part of the first subdivision.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. This isn't an MPC hearing. This is council meeting, and it's regarding a land use application. We're getting into some pretty technical stuff of a subdivision nature. If council wants to listen to that, that's by all means your option. But we are dealing with a recommendation for approval from staff for land use changes as shown on the map before you. So I just wanted to reiterate we're dealing with a land use application, not a subdivision application.
And through the chair, I appreciate that, but the staff report referred to subdivision multiple times, so I felt that we needed to address some of those issues.
Councillor Harwood, the answer of the,
Yeah, I mean, clear enough. I don't want to take up more time than needed. If this isn't the place for it, I'm fine with that. We can move on with the appropriate questions.
okay. Any other questions for Ms. Mahoney? Thanks for your presentation. Is there any other comments or questions from the public? Go ahead, please. Turn the mic on, please, Adam. Yes.
Just very quickly representing Rosebud School of the Arts and Rosebud Center. When I first moved to Alberta 4 years ago, this was on the table as something that would be good for the county, and it was suggested that we move to Rosebud. It's 4 years later and we're moving out of the province, and it's still not completed. I encourage you to second and third read this development. It's great for the hamlet. It's wonderful for the school. One of the problems that we've had over the course of the 4 years that I've been there is to retain staff. Every staff member that we've hired in the last 4 years lives in Strathmore, Drumheller, Three Hills. And this would go a long way for the staff. Us retaining staff, growing the school, growing the economic viability, growing tourism. Be awesome for the county as a gateway into Badlands area. And for our students, it would allow us to expand the school from approximately 30 students to as much as we required. Each of these homes likely would have rental properties, rental units within, and students. In our way of doing things, we like to mentor them and let them live with the families in the community. And this would be the perfect solution. So I recommend quick approval if you are inclined.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, concerns, asks? Any comments from council? Anything more from staff?
Staff, through the chair, no, staff has no further comments.
Nothing from anybody? I will close the public hearing for bylaw 2015-47, and we're now back in council. Council's wishes. Don? Second reading. Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Brenda?
I'll move the bylaw 2015-47 be give third and final reading.
Okay, any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Thanks. Council want a short break or continue on? Yes, we want a break, okay.
That first one was over 2 hours.
Geez, yeah. Don't remind me. I'm sure I'll be reminded. Reminded of the show.
Thanks for coming. Have a look at those renderings. If there's more information you want, let me know. I can send you some. Yeah, that they haven't said, they'll tell me. So it'll be the county that says you have to widen the stroke. Because that's not part of our development, but we do have to do the work. So they'll dictate. It's a free chair, what's free chair? What district? We're not done. I have another public hearing council. Yeah, it'll be good. Yeah. Well, the whole, like, you know, like, right from the end to Hams to last, there for the team is already there. It's just. We can figure out the TV show stuff before, after we start getting a buzz about it. Buzz is dies down on 6 months. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Okay, we'll call council back to order, and I'll open the public hearing for bylaw 2016-19. Colton is going to do that one.
My
Yeah.
apologies, now I better go quicker. Okay.
Has proper notification been done?
Yes, Mr. Chair, all proper notification's been completed.
Is there any member of the public have any concerns of any councillor listening to this public hearing? Not seeing anything, please continue.
Okay, the owner is the Cheadle's Lion Club and the applicant is Darren Cox. Legal description is Lot 1, Block 3, Plan 6003 JK, and it's 0.39 acres. So they're proposing to rezone from Hamlet Residential General District to Community Service District to accommodate the extension of a ball diamond located on the adjacent parcel. So this is the subject parcel is located within the hamlet of Cheadle and north of the Cheadle Community Hall. So I'll just show the location map here. So there it is. There's the parcel right there. So the Cheadle's Lion Club is currently reconstructing and upgrading the baseball diamond located on the parcel adjacent to this proposed redesignation. However, in order for the ball diamond to meet their plan specifications, they have an agreement with the county to develop part of the adjacent undeveloped road allowance on the eastern edge of their parcel. However, they'd also like to extend the baseball diamond into the lot that is the subject of this redesignation application. As it's currently zoned Hamlet Residential General District, they're not able to have a development permit for baseball diamond within that lot, so we need to rezone it to Community Service District to allow for the baseball diamond upgrade. This aligns with the MDP's recreational and parks policies. And in terms of the land use bylaw, the planned use does align and all rules and regulations will need to be followed at the DP stage. In terms of circulation, Alberta Environment had no concerns and Alberta Health Services gave 2 comments that were fairly standard. TELUS had no objections and WID had no objections. Internally, there was no concerns as well. This was circulated to everyone within a half-mile radius and there was no letters in either support or objection to the application. There's 2 options for council's consideration. However, we are recommending option 1, approval, as the proposal aligns with the policies of the MDP, as well as the uses align with the recreational district of the land use bylaw. Just go through the maps. As noted, this is the location map. This is the area plan. So here's the existing diamond, and this is the lot proposed for redesignation. The bylaw map, if approved, it's going to community service, and then the circulation, which is quite extensive. And let me go back up to the recommendations. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any, anybody have any questions? Concerns? Comments? I don't think anybody from the public here. No questions? Okay, I'll close the public hearing for bylaw 2016-19. We're now back in council. Don has moved second reading. Is there any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Rex has moved third reading. Is there any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. And I'll open the public hearing for bylaw 2016-24. All the proper notifications been done.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Land use application LU 216-34 is tied to bylaw number 216-24. Owner is Wheatland County, applicant is Wheatland County. Legal description is newly formed Lot 1, Block 3, Plan 1611438. It's approximately 1.35 acres. The proposed land use is community service. Go straight to the map here. So for those of you who are aware, the county had closed a road at the location of the future grader site and also where the current location is for the sort of pump out, if you will, for the campgrounds in the area. Now, as a result, the road closure, we don't zone roads right-of-ways. We leave them blank. There's no zoning attached to them. So when this case came up where we had a road closure, we had to actually sign a land use to it.
So the appropriate land use for the activity on the land as well as proposed on the land being the greater site is community service. So hence the application before you is to designate, not redesignate, but designate this site community service. Quickly touch on external and internal comments. Alberta Health Services provided their 4 standard comments with regards to services. They did make note of the adjacent to the inactive CP rail line. We don't have any environmental concerns with regards to the land. The county's acquired it and will be owning it. Alberta Transportation has made reference to the fact that these lands are in their jurisdiction, but they have no concerns with regards to the proposed development. TELUS advises that they have no objections. They do have a utility right-of-way in the area, and due to a former road closure, and it's fully registered, this can be dealt with subsequent or at a later date. Has nothing to do with the land use. Development Services did indicate that setbacks will be confirmed at time of development permit application review to ensure that the proposed greater shed building meets all required setbacks. From the drawings we've seen thus far, it would appear to be the case. That will be the case. Landowners were submitted within a half-a-mile radius, or sorry, adjacent +1 because we're in basically in the hamlet. No letters were received in either support or objection. Before you, we have 2 options. One is a motion of 1, bylaw 216-24 be given second reading, and motion 2, that bylaw 216-24 be given third and final reading. Option 2 available to council is that LU 216-34 be refused, and that bylaw 216-24 be rescinded. Staff's recommendation is option 1, approval. The redesignation aligns with the objectives and policies of the MDP in terms of non-impacting ag land, preserving natural areas, and focusing growth in a hamlet. Secondly, the proposal aligns with the Rosebud Area Structure Plan as adopted earlier. And finally, the proposal and future intended use aligns with the land use bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Ellen?
Any comments from the rail company?
Through the chair, we don't have anything noted here from them. Just 1 second. Jason used it. They should have been circulated, but just want to verify. So through the chair, there's your answer there. That's our circulation map. So everything highlighted in green is the landowners who would have been notified of the application. The railway line exists located here. That's their line. They would have been circulated and notified as an adjacent landowner. We didn't receive any comments like I stated earlier, so therefore we would take it as having no concerns or comments.
Okay, Rex?
This came up earlier and I forgot to ask too, and since we're in Rosebud, so does Rosebud Gas Co-op not get notified? Like, I know we have discussed that before and I don't want to take up a whole bunch of time, but we are in Rosebud, are we not? So.
I'll just speak through the chair to the generic while Gary looks for that. It was determined, they actually apologized after the Rosebud Gas Co-op for the 1 chair member that had spoken at that public hearing. He misunderstood that they've actually been they are circulated frequently and we get responses back and forth from them on all applications. See, he had misunderstood something from a board meeting and they'd apologized for that to us in an email.
Okay.
So through the chair to answer the question, was Rosebud Gas Co-op circulated? They were circulated. My apologies, it's not in the staff report, but we do keep a track of a contact list we use when we go external, and they were sent a copy of the application, and we don't have anything noted for comments, so they were covered off.
Okay, any other questions? Can you go to that one aerial shot, please? That one. Where is the shed and where is the pump out? So I kind of know where the building's going to go.
Do this with laser light, it might be easier to pick up. So the current pump out, if you will, is located in this vicinity. And you can sort of see the turnaround setup. This photo was taken in April of this year, so it's pretty current. So the location for water and sewage is at this location. And the greater station, the building is suggested to be out in this far corner.
Okay, so it would be to the north side of and the road would stay where it is then?
Correct. The access to the property to the rear is actually here. The road closure did not close this portion. So that's still an option and still available to the users to the west.
Mr. Chairman, there will be a slight modification to the road. Like, we're not currently in that road right away, so there'll be slight modification to that, which is just some minor grader work and some graveling there, so.
Question, Brenda?
Question. It's going to remain gravel and all the way down? You're not paving it then? Okay. Sorry, just a question.
We're hoping we can maintain that. As soon as there's going to be a grader in that shed.
I ask because is there residents, is that entire piece of road from the highway, is it 840? Straight south there, is it paved any further past the, okay.
That's the other property we talked about right here.
Well, that's what I'm asking, right? I just wanted to know if there was any pavement from the north to the south.
And it's in the hamlet now, I would suspect it'll get dust control. Any other questions?
Just a comment, in regards to when we get to the next step for the setbacks and that, for the development permit, we need to make sure that the railway has been properly consulted, not just send a letter out. What happens with these national companies, the letter goes to Winnipeg or Ottawa and gets lost on the desk for 6 months, so I'm hoping that's not the case with this. I don't think it is, but they have raised concerns with me about setbacks, and not specifically to this one, but setbacks from the railway because of things like Gigantic or whatever they call that, whatever happened out there, and some of the things they've had happen in the bigger centers. So we need to make a call and a little bit different effort on the development permit.
Okay, and through the chair, yeah, that's noted. We'll talk with our development officers when we have the application in to make sure we reach out the best we can for the adjacent landowner.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they'll have somebody. Any other questions?
Contact, there's a letter in our correspondence as of this meeting from Brent, and he would be your contact. He's your, on the land agent? Because I was going to say that would be a note of contact to get a letter from him stating that.
Any other questions? Comments? Nothing? I close the public hearing for bylaw 2016-24, and we're now back in council. Ellis?
I so move 2016-24 for second reading.
Second reading. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Rex has moved third reading. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. And that brings us to the end of the public hearings. Thanks, staff, for your presentations. We'll go back down to, I don't know where we want to go
I
to.
believe, Mr. Chairman, Councillor Vandervelde wanted to go in camera.
Right, we
Which is
can do
with
that
council.
now.
I'll turn off the cameras.
I don't know. Is anybody coming in to present? I don't see it on the agenda. Or you're talking of Jerry?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, or Gary. Okay. Presenting development permit 2016-98.
Actually, our development officer.
Okay. Okay, whenever you're ready.
So the first application is for development permit 2016-98. All of these applications are in the Lakes of Muirfield. This particular one is for a single detached dwelling. Legal description, Plan 0710284, Block 109. The owner applicant is Douglas Homes. The parcel is 7,384 square feet, and it is direct control DC9. The applicant is proposing to build a single-family dwelling in the hamlet of Lyelta within the Lakes of Muirfield. The house is 1,384 square feet and 24.8 feet in height. (1,347 square feet, sorry, and 24 feet 8 inches in height. The new direct control district was approved for the Lakes of Muirfield in April 2016. This property is located within Cell 2, Residential Type 2. Council shall be responsible for the issuance of development permits for all discretionary uses listed within each development cell. The land use bylaw requirements, this application meets all provisions of the land use bylaw, and a single detached dwelling is deemed a discretionary use in Cell 2, Residential Type 2 under direct control DC9. No agency circulation was performed. File review, there was no concerns, and adjacent neighbors, we had no responses. It's the recommendation to approve this application with the following conditions. This development permit is issued for a new residence defined as a dwelling single detached. No variances have been granted. Development shall proceed according to DC9 districts and must comply with the land use bylaw. No permanent development shall occur on or over any utility right-of-way or easement. And we have the 3 basic notes for the Lakes of Muirfield, which are development shall meet all provincial and federal legislation. All construction shall conform to Alberta Safety Code regulations. Builders shall install an indoor sprinkler system to Alberta Safety Code regulation. Builders shall adhere to the Lakes of Muirfield architectural controls, or council can refuse this application with reasons given. This is the location of this application. This is the site plan for the house that's being proposed, and a site inspection of the bare lot that they're proposing to build it on. And that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I think there was a question on all these applications. When were they received? Were they received all at the same time, or were they received sporadically?
All of these applications were received in about a 3 or 4 day time period. Some of them, the start date on the applications, they stayed on there will be around December. So I don't believe they're getting started like within the next month or so, but they have 6 applications today.
The other question I had, Mr. Chairman, in regards to the applications, Kim, the applicants have 1 year to commence construction, 2 years to complete. Is that what our bylaw says?
So our current land use bylaw states that you have 1 year to commence construction, and our bylaw is silent as to when they need to be completed for construction.
Any other questions? Ben?
Land use bylaw requirements, says the applicants must meet all provisions of the land use bylaw.
Mike?
One of those provisions on the land use requirements, they have to meet all the provisions. Do they have a permanent wastewater solution in place? I know they've got an agreement with the town of Strathmore for 1 year for disposal right now, and a possibility of an agreement for a pipeline, but is there anything guaranteeing that in place?
Mr. Chairman, no, there is not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm just, as a developer officer, is it common that a builder would come in and have 6 permit applications in such a short time frame, or?
No, this is not common.
Okay, so their earliest commencement date, you said, is December? The latest would be?
So they have 1 year to commence construction from the date of decision, which would be today. So they
Okay.
can start construction between now and 2017 of today's date.
They
So that's
didn't,
1 year to commence construction.
okay, they didn't indicate when they were going to commence.
So some of the Suzanne's say August 20th, 2016. Some of the ones I have today say December 2016, that they plan on starting construction. That doesn't mean they have 1 year from December. They have 1 year from today to commence
Okay.
construction.
Okay, Rex?
I'm going to repeat a question just for clarity. These were applied, these applications were made in December of 2015? Did I hear that right? No? Okay, sorry.
No, these applications were made recently, and within 3 days, 3 to 4 days, all of the 6 were received at one time. So they're going to commence construction in December.
Okay.
Yeah.
When were the applications received?
Oh,
When
you want
we
the
get
date?
them.
You want the date of it?
Is it like approximately a month, or approximately 3 months, or approximately a week?
So I received the 3 applications I have today. I received one on the 18th, the 19th, and the 22nd. And Suzanne's are around the same date. We received them to start processing for today's meeting. Sorry, of July.
Of July, okay. Any other questions?
So just one other to clarify, in regards to the development permit, we have 45 days to render decision, is that correct?
We have 40 days to render a decision.
And if there's no decision rendered, it's deemed refused, correct?
The applicant can deem the application refused, yes, and then they can appeal it to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board if they choose.
So if they go to the subdivision appeal board, they have a time limit too, when they have to commence and hear the case?
So the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board has 30 days to hear the application for appeal,
Okay,
and 14 days after that to make the decision, I believe.
okay. Answer your questions?
Yes.
Good. Any other questions? Don?
I'd like a recorded vote, please.
We haven't got a motion yet.
Got to make a motion.
Just
I'm making the motion.
You're making a motion, Brenda?
Yep, I so move DP 2016-98 for approval.
Okay. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we have to have a motion refusing the application with reasons. I believe is the proper way to do it.
I'll move refusal of the application as it doesn't, my concern is it doesn't meet our land use bylaws for a permanent wastewater solution.
Okay. And Don, you wanted a recording vote? Sorry, I didn't get a recorded vote last time.
No, she did.
Yes, you did.
I just need to know who's. Okay. Opposed? Ben, Don, Rex, and myself. Okay, and this one is recorded too?
Doesn't meet our land use bylaws for a permanent wastewater solution.
Okay, any questions? All
You're
in
asking-
favor? Sorry?
Is he asking for a recorded vote too as well?
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor? Opposed? Is carried. Did you get the vote, sir, Margaret? Okay. Okay, we'll move on to development permit number DP 216-99.
So this development permit is DP 2016-99 in Division 5 for a dwelling single detached in the lakes of Muirfield, plan number 0710284, block 168. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of something. The owner is Douglas Homes. The parcel size is 7,341 square feet. That's currently zoned direct control in DC9. The applicant is proposing to build a single-family dwelling in the hamlet of Lyalta within the lakes of Muirfield. The house is 1,347 square feet, 24 feet, 0.8 inches in height. The new direct control district was approved for the lakes of Muirfield in April 2016. This property is located within Cell 2, Residential Type 2. Council shall be responsible for the issuance of development permits for all discretionary uses listed within each development cell. The land use bylaw requirements. The application meets all provisions of the land use bylaw, and a dwelling single detached is deemed a discretionary use in Cell 2, Residential Type 2, Direct Control DC9. Agency circulation was not performed. Internal circulation at file review, there were no concerns. Neighbor circulation to all adjacent landowners, and nothing was received. The recommendation is to approve this application with the following conditions. A development permit is issued for a new residence defined as a dwelling single detached. No variances have been granted. Development shall proceed according to DC districts and must comply with the land use bylaw. No permanent development shall occur on or over any utility right-of-way or easement. And we have the 3 standard notes that we put for Muirfield. Or council can refuse this application with reasons given. This is the location of the parcel, which is right beside the clubhouse. This is a site plan. And this is a site inspection of the bare parcel. And that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Brenda?
I'll move DP 2016-99 for approval.
Are there any questions or concerns? Don? Recorded vote. Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Lost? Council, care to put forward a motion to refuse the application with reasons?
I'll put the same motion I did for the last one, that it be refused as it doesn't meet our land use bylaw for a permanent solution for wastewater.
Once again, a recorded vote done. Recorded vote. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? You got that, Margaret? And we'll move on. Oh, motion is carried. Councilors Knight and Booth voted against it. Move on to development permit 2016-100.
This one is also for a dwelling single detached. Legal description is Plan 0710284, Block 179, in the hamlet of Lyalta. Owner applicant Douglas Homes. The parcel size is 7,308 square feet. It's in DC9 in the lakes of Muirfield. The house is 2,228 square feet, which includes a 568 square foot garage, attached garage. The dwelling is 32.2 inches in height. In the new direct control district, this property falls within Cell 1, Residential Type 1, so council is responsible for the issuance of the development permit. It meets all the provisions of the land use bylaw, and it's a discretionary use in Cell 1, Land Use Regulations, Residential Type 1. Agency circulation was not performed. There was no concerns at the file review and no comments received from landowners. It's the recommendation to approve the application with the following conditions. The development permit is issued for a new residence defined as a dwelling, single detached. No variances have been granted. Development shall proceed according to DC 9 requirements. No permanent development shall occur on or over any utility right-of-way or easement. And then our standard points there. Or council can refuse this application with reasons given. Here's the location of this application, the site plan, and a photo of the location. Thank you, that's everything.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Council's wishes.
I so move DP 2016-100 for approval.
Recorded vote again. Any questions or concerns? Don moved recorded vote. Guess next time we'll do it better than a nod. Okay, Don? Okay, any questions? All in favor? Opposed? It's lost. Councillor Knight and Booth voted in favor, the rest of councillors against. Does council wish to make a motion of refusal with reasons?
Permanent wastewater solution.
Okay. Any questions or concerns? Recorded. Please. Recorded vote by Dawn again. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Councillors Knight and Booth voted against, the rest of the councillors for it. Move on to development permit 2016-102.
Another dwelling, single detached, Plan 0710284, Block 38, in the hamlet of La Alta. The owner applicant is Douglas Homes. Parcel size, 6,598 square feet in the Lakes of Muirfield. This dwelling is 1,567 square feet with a 569 square foot attached garage. Attached garage. The dwelling is 23.2 feet in height. This property is in Cell 2, Residential Type 2. The application meets the provisions of the land use bylaw, and a dwelling single detached is a discretionary use in Cell 2, Land Use Regulations, Residential Type 2. Agency circulation not performed. File review, no concerns. Adjacent landowners, no comments received. It is the recommendation to approve this application with the following conditions. This development permit is issued for a new residence defined as a dwelling single detached. No variances have been granted. Development shall proceed according to DC 9 requirements. No permanent development shall occur on or over any utility right-of-way or easement. And our same notes. Or council can refuse this application with reasons given. And this is the location for this application. This is their site plan. And this is the property. And thank you, that's everything.
Thank you. Have they started? There's a pile of dirt there. Okay. Any questions? Council's wishes.
I move DP
Alice?
2016-102 for approval.
Any questions, concerns? Don's asked for a recorded vote. All in favor? Opposed? All in favor? Opposed?
It's us.
The motion is lost. Councillors Knight and Booth voted for it, and the rest voted against. Council's wishes.
I move for refusal of the application. Permanent wastewater
Okay. Recorded vote again. Don? Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilors Knight and Booth voted against. The rest voted for it. And we'll move on to Development Permit 2016-103.
So we have Development Permit 2016-103 in Division 5 for a dwelling single detached, legal description 0710284, Block 47, in the hamlet of Lyelta. The owners are Douglas Homes, and the applicant is the same. Parcel size, 6,576 square feet. It is currently zoned Direct Control DC9 in the Lakes of Muirfield. The applicant is proposing to build a single-family dwelling in the hamlet of Lyelta within the Lakes of Muirfield. The house is 1,567 square feet and 23 feet in height. A new direct control district was approved for the Lakes of Muirfield in 2016. This property is located within Cell 2, Residential Type 2. Council shall be responsible for the issuance of development permits for all discretionary uses listed within each development cell. Land use bylaw requirements: the application meets all provisions of the land use bylaw, and a dwelling single detached is deemed a discretionary use in Cell 2, Residential Type 2, Muirfield Direct Control DC9. Circulation to agencies was not performed. Internal circulation to a file review, there were no concerns. Neighborhood circulation to adjacent neighbors, nothing was received. It is the recommendation to approve this application with the following conditions. This development permit is issued for a new residence defined as a dwelling single detached. No variances have been granted. Development shall proceed according to Direct Control District 9 and must conform to the land use bylaw. No permanent development shall occur on or over any utility right-of-way or easement. And we have our standard notes from Muirfield. Or council can refuse this application with reasons given. Oh,
Any questions?
there's the
Council's
location.
wishes?
So I'll move Development Permit 2016-103 for approval.
Any questions? Don's asked for a recorded vote. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Lost. Councilors Knight and Booth voted for it, the rest against. Council's wishes. Okay. Any questions? No. You want a recorded vote again? Don's asked for a recorded vote. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Councilors Knight and Booth voted against. The rest voted for it. Moves us to Development Permit 2016-104.
Yes, this is a dwelling single detached, and it's Plan 0710284, Block 149 in Lyelta. And it's the owner applicant, Douglas Homes. The parcel size is 7,384 square feet in the Lakes of Muirfield. The applicant is proposing to build a house that is 1,347 square feet with a 571 square foot attached garage. The dwelling is 21.2 feet in height. The direct control district was approved, and this is located within Cell 2, Residential Type 2. It meets all the requirements of the land use bylaw. A dwelling single detached is a discretionary use in Cell 2, Residential Type 2. Agency circulation not performed. File review had no concerns. Adjacent neighbors had no concerns. It is the recommendation to approve this application with the following conditions. This DP is issued for a new residence defined as a dwelling single detached. No variances have been granted. Development shall proceed according to DC 9 requirements. No permanent development shall occur on or over any utility right-of-way or easement. And our standard notes. or council can refuse this application with reasons given. Location plan, site plan, and photos of the site. Thank you, that's everything.
Thank you. Any questions? Council's wishes?
Move DP 2016-104 for approval.
Don's asked for a recorded vote. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Motion's lost. Councilors Knight and Booth voted in favor. The rest voted against. Ben?
I'll move to refuse the application as it doesn't meet our land use requirements and that doesn't have a permanent wastewater solution.
Okay. Don's asked for a recorded vote. Any questions or concerns?
Mr. Chairman, just to comment on that, it's the MDP I think you would be referring to.
MDP.
Yeah. So we'll make sure that's.
Okay. Battery's running low. You better plug that
No,
thing
it said
in
land
or
use
we're going to
bylaw.
quit.
Said-
No, don't plug it in.
You said land use bylaw.
Any
What is it?
questions? All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
The motion read that it did not fit the land use bylaw. That's what Ben has been saying all the way along.
He hasn't. He's been saying, he started out that way, but he said because it doesn't have wastewater servicing. So
Yeah.
that's the common theme, and that's in the MDP.
Well, that's not what his motion was. So, and that's on record now because it's recorded. His motion was that it was not with land use bylaw.
Well, in the land use bylaw, it says install or pay for the installation.
Okay.
Fine by me.
That was the motion. Councilors Knight and Councilors Booth voted against. The rest voted for it. Motion is carried. Okay. We'll move on to, what's that?
I need to excuse myself. I'm late for another appointment.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you make appointments on council day? I'm going to ask council, if we're going to start losing councilors during the meeting, and we have a considerable meeting left here, do we want to recess this meeting? Do we want to continue with this meeting, or do we want to adjourn it? And to hold it over to another day?
I move that we go till 6 o'clock, and if we're not done our business, then we come back in tomorrow after dinner. That's the problem that comes up. If you recess it, where do you recess it to? So,
We can only recess it to another scheduled date. We can't just put it off till tomorrow, can we? No. It would have to be another scheduled day, which I don't care, whatever council wants, but I'm just saying, we can't finish it tomorrow afternoon,
No.
unfortunately.
Okay. So Ben's moved that we continue to 6 o'clock. And whatever's not done, it gets added on to the next agenda. All in favor? Sorry, Don, all in favor? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Request for decision, AEMA 2016 Shareholder Summit.
Jim has a thing on Tuesday.
There's a
Oh,
decent
we
direct
have to
control,
finish
first
that one
reading.
up. First reading handout, afternoon. Look at that, it's after lunch already. Yeah, we'll go to that one, 2.3C.
that just got handed out.
It must be this last handout we just got here on the pile.
You would have been sent the email on Friday as well. See, you knew all along, you were just.
Oh, this one has a You're going to present, Colton? Go ahead.
Sorry,
whenever
Mr.
you're
Chair,
ready.
it seems to be delayed here on the screen. Okay. So this is bylaw 2016-29, being a bylaw of Wheatland County to amend the land use bylaw by redesignating Lot 8, Block 1, Plan 1510257 from Agricultural General District to Direct Control District. This is the Schedule A. Cell 1 is for residential uses. Cell 2 is proposed for industrial uses to exist on the direct control. And then I do have the actual copies of the DC if you go there. And that concludes my presentation. Yep, through the chair, first reading.
Okay, so I'm thinking for the public hearing, there's going to be a better map so I can see exactly where it is in relation to the rest of it.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, this is the location map here.
I hope it's, okay. Okay. Ben's move first reading. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Now that brings us down to new business 3.2 F, I think. Request for decision, is that the one we're on? AEMA Stakeholder Summit. Rex has moved. Is there any questions or concerns?
Just one comment, Mr. Chairman. In the past, and we've never been to this before, but in the past there's been no fee, but this year there's $125 per person fee, so it'll cost $250 to register for this. It's not included in the RFD. We found out after, so
Okay.
just to let you know. So.
Okay, any other questions, comments? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, equipment purchase, Wheatland West Fire Station. That's easier to remember than that. That's not what it is. Is there a technical name for the jaws of life? Not this? You don't know it either.
I know it's not the jaws of life, but
I'll move the recommendation to start the discussion.
Okay. Any questions or concerns?
So through the chair, this was, our team was not aware that they needed this extrication device until they were at an MVC, Mr. Chairman, and they realized that the machine that they had would not cut through the metal boron. So, and it was an outdated machine that they had, so that's the reason for this. So it is not the jaws of life, though. It's a device that needs to be able to cut through metal. Well, she never called it that, that's why I thought that, I can ask though.
No.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. Is that a good enough explanation for the counselors? Yeah.
They're going to build them out of aluminum, so
Okay. No.
That's what it is. The old ones won't cut through the newer metals cars are being built on. So they have to get a newer tool to cut the newer steel. Or metal, whatever they call it. It's in this machine.
Okay. Any other questions? Ben has moved. All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, proposed addressing bylaw.
So, Mr. Chairman, in regards to this proposed bylaw change, there is a number of changes that were handed out. Some header changes that need to be modified, so we'd like to make these slight revisions to this. Section 6.2.4, costs be borne by the county. It should say costs be borne by the developer or owner. Section 7.2.2, add a comment that the owner is responsible for all costs associated to place address numbers. And section 9.1, change the term address sign to rural addressing sign and remove term subdivision and keep term street sign. So those slight modifications we'd like to add as well as what you see here. So in regards to the package, you'll find the current bylaw, a track changes document showing the changes that have been made, and then a clean new bylaw is proposed, which is watermarked unapproved.
Okay, any questions? Alice?
there's some, I think on the new land use bylaw, there's some stuff coming up on that, but I can't talk to it because it isn't in front of me. But what I was looking at is, why don't we say rural signs on all new development be included in the permit costs? Instead of going through all this, and I mean, the new land use framework is that we have our police officers, you know, go out and enforce this. So instead of going that way, why don't we say when the new developments come in and they need a rural sign, that it's done under the development permit and charged out instead of going through this? Well, it's all done at once,
Suggesting
and
that
then it
we
keeps
increase,
track.
you're
Keeps track.
suggesting we increase the fee on the development permit?
Pardon?
Are you suggesting we increase the fee on the development permit? Or-
On the permit. When
But
you,
not all-
when there's a new development, when we approve a new development, right?
Right,
They have to have a permit to build the house.
right.
So why not put it with the permit? Because you have to have a permit for the house, so that would automatically make sure that house had a sign.
Yeah, it is with that. That's where it instigates that. When, as soon as they come to get a development permit, then that file gets sent over to Dennis and Reed, and they give it an address. Okay, but we don't charge the fee on the development permit. They have to pay it. Under this situation, they're going to have to provide their own address or pay for that sign.
Well, that could be added to the permit, could it not?
It could. The only, we'd have to look at our permit fees. We could, but when they go to get a garage, they don't need an address because they already have one. A house is simple, right?
Yeah.
If they do it in addition to it, that's a development permit, but they don't need a new address because they already have an address.
Okay, then my other argument on this is, I know people have grain bins, and they have, in the fall, I've heard this from different farmers. They move into an area, because they say they have sections and sections of land. They move into where they have 6 or 8, 10 grain bins. And some of them want an address for that, right? So how would we handle that? Because they want an address, say they have an accident, they need 911, they want an address for that site that they're set up, maybe for 4 days or a week with hired hands. So how would we handle that one?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that, and I've sent Reed and Dennis home, so if you want to defer this to the September 6th meeting, then we can them in.
Have a bigger
Yeah,
conversation?
as we've run a little late, I've sent them home, but,
Yeah.
yeah,
Sounds good.
if that's okay with council.
I'll make a motion that we defer it to our next meeting.
Okay, any questions? All in favor? Carried. Reeves report, hope everyone had a good summer break. I think the only thing I have to report on is I did talk to Phyllis, that's been in contact with everybody, and she sent me a written recommendations, which I passed on to all the council members. There is some, she makes some suggestions in them, and I'm thinking we'll have to, as a council, afford time to address some of them concerns that were brought out. I don't propose to do it now. I don't know if there's time tomorrow at the committee of the whole meeting. Maybe we can talk about it then, but I think it should be talked about before organizational anyway. And really nothing else to report on. I was away for 3 weeks. Is there any questions? I'll move my report as such. All in favor? Carried. Deputy Reeves report.
It's on your server. The Save On one, there will be an addition to it after our, we have some more information coming through that will, and we're going to put out another one, but it's, the information is there in front of you. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the, I had attended on behalf of the Wheatland Council to the Sponsors Recognition Night in Strathmore for the, they started something new this year for the sponsor recognition for the Strathmore, or the Ag Society's Heritage Day Stampede. And Mr. McLean was doing all the thanking everybody for what they did, and the county was mentioned in passing, like just barely mentioned in passing. There was nothing up on the walls. There was nothing with, they had a big board with all the sponsors up on there, and we weren't part of that. I had one of the staff members from the, when it was over and we were leaving, one of the staff members from the Ag Society, Carol, I can't think of her last name. She's in charge of the maintenance crews, and she was the one that coordinated our guys going in there and doing all the work that they did with the dust control and that kind of stuff. She wanted me to make sure that I told our staff and council that they really do appreciate what we've done for them this year and over the years as far as supplying equipment and water and all this kind of stuff. And her comment was, I'm not part of the board, so I can't say anything there, but she says, we don't recognize you enough for what you do. So take that back to the staff. And I phoned Herb McLean and talked to him about it afterwards, and he agreed. And I also mentioned to him that in the pamphlet that came out about the Heritage Days, the 5 or 6 page, 8 page pamphlet that comes out, I said, would you guys put that out and you ask for comments or congratulations from the MLA, MP, and the Mayor of Strathmore, but there's nothing in there from the Reeve of Wheatland County. And I said, the Ag Society is, majority of your members are rural residents. And I said, it doesn't look good that you don't have something in there from the municipality. He, his comment, he agreed with me. He said, you're right, but he said that paper is not theirs. That is the Times or the whichever paper it is puts it out. I'm not sure. Is it one of the, whoever puts that paper out? They get all their information, but they're the ones that put it together. So I think our PR, our public relations person should maybe follow up on that and make sure that when there's something like that going on, that if they're looking for comments from the MLA and the MP and the mayor, and it's a community system, that they also get comments from the mayor or the Reeve of the county at the same time. So there's just some comments from the discussions I had with them. But it was a good night. They did a good job of recognizing the sponsors. It's just a little lax on some of them. And like he said, it was their first year, and next year it'll probably be different. So, and I did attend, the mayor invited Glenn to come to their booth for the final days of the wagon races on the Monday, and Glenn wasn't able to go, so I went in his place and visited with them. They had an MLA from, I can't even think of where it was. I never recognized him, and he didn't know too much. So we just had a drink or two, and then we watched the wagon races, and that was the end of it. But it wasn't, I was hoping there would be more. He had hoped to have a minister there, and there was no minister there, so.
No, okay, too bad.
So with that, I'll move my report if there's no questions.
Any questions for Ben? All in favor? Carried. Thanks, Ben. Council reports, Division 1 Council report, Canadian Badlands Tourism.
It's on your server. That was passed on to me by Leona Hogan from the Canadian Badlands. And they're doing the phase 1 of the Canadian Badland Tour Pathway process project. So I guess we'll hear more about that. I know they're working with the town of Strathmore to come up with some kind of an agreement on a sign so that the town will have more or less have like the gateway or something to the Canadian Badlands. So they are working on that. I also had a phone call from the mayor to attend this same rodeo in the evening, but turned it down because I was going to Manitoba and couldn't attend. Other than that, that's my report, and I will ask to have my report approved.
Any questions for Alice? All in favor? Carried. Division 2 Councilor report.
We had, so speaking to the Wheatland Regional Corporation, we had some water reservoir tenders come back. They came back in between 1.9 and 3.9, so quite a spread, $2 million, yeah. So I'm not sure, we haven't had that meeting yet, which is next Tuesday night, I believe. WID's successful tender came from Contour, I believe, which they were in that 2.2 mark. Contour, yeah. So they were the almost the lowest. They were at 2.2 million, and our lowest was 1.9 million. So, so far we're still looking, I think, at construction starting in September with pipeline going from January to August of 2017. So, other than that, nothing too exciting has been happening. We're just really anxious to get this reservoir going. So, probably have quite a bit more highlights from the next meeting here. So,
Move your report.
I so move my report.
Is there any questions for Rex? Alice?
I didn't hear the date of the pipeline start.
I had it wrote down here, but I'm not 100% sure, Alice. It's going to be early 2017, so January, February, finishing in August, I believe, is the last report that I had gotten.
I guess when we get their acceptance.
Okay. Not even gone to tender. Yeah.
Reservoir has, but
Not the pipeline. Okay.
It's just a quick question. On your tenders that came in, you took the second, not the lowest. What was the reason for not going with the lowest? You said they were 1 point something and you took one for 2 point something.
No. WID, who had, who also did a tender for their work, Contour came in and got their contract, okay?
Oh, okay.
But Contour ended up third lowest on our list at 2.2 million.
Oh.
So we haven't picked a
Any other questions for Rex? All in favor? Carried. Division 5 Counselor Report. It's on the agenda, it's on the package. Rex? Rex moves her report. Is there any questions? All in favor? Carried. Staff report, CAO's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my brief report is in the package. Just a couple of additional things I wanted to mention. This coming Monday, August 22nd, I'll be away. It's not on the report. I'll be taking Len in for chemo, third round of chemo, so I won't be here Monday. I'll be available by phone, but probably be sitting either in the hospital or at Sunridge waiting for her to be done her day. Open Farm Days, August 20th and 21st. I just received this this morning, so I haven't had a chance to print this out. I'll get this printed out and it'll be available for your council tomorrow, hard copy of it. Just a list of the different activities that are coming up. And also there's a Producer Day Agritourism Farm Direct Marketing Bus Tour for producers on September 14th. And again, I'll get the hard copies of this, so I apologize for not getting it before because I just received that. I know Mike might speak to this, but I'll make mention. We had a meeting with Alberta, what are they called now? Environment and Parks last Thursday, I think it was, on the 10th, in regards to the Rosebud algae project. And I'll reassert that they're still at the position where they want a one-year pilot. So I think we've gone a year and a half and accomplished absolutely nothing. We've just kind of spun our gears. So, and you know, Symbiotic's done an extensive amount of work, but environment has not changed their tune, in my opinion anyway, in that last year and a half. Just to kind of wrap up, this is where we're at, and I know it's fairly small to read. This is where we're at right now with the regional recreation facility in Strathmore, full-size facility here for soccer and or lacrosse. Lacrosse has to supply the boards, so at this point it's just going to be a concrete slab here. This will be a soccer play facility. Apparently this local soccer folks have turf that they've got availability on from Red Deer. And these are this is the gymnasium component that the school requires. Okay, so this is the component they'll be paying for. These are change rooms and showers. And this is what they call a pickleball. Don't ask me about pickleball, I don't know much about it, but this is a pickleball court. So that's the first level. The rest is the front of the school, portion of the school. And this is the second level, shows the running track. And I can't confirm, but it's around a 200-meter track. They haven't got me the exact numbers. The last time we talked was 210. And there'll be a run-out area with a plastic floor here as well. So it will be possible for track and field to use this if they're so inclined. This is a run-out area. They don't like using track and field as a circular track, usually for the short distances, but this area will be able to be used for that. That's kind of where that's at right now. I guess it's still kind of in the final stages. It is at about $10 million. It's within budget, it's just slightly less than $10 million at this point. They're having meetings on a weekly basis now, apparently on Tuesdays, and I haven't participated in those for well over a month now, but they've done quite a bit of work in the last month to get it to this point. So this is where we're at now. The four options have kind of gone by the way, and they've come down to this is the preferred option. We're working on site, just for information. Received the topographic graphic information yesterday. That site does have a 12-foot drop from the front to the back, so it does have a considerable drop in the back. We've had some discussions about the parking lot. There will be a 100-lot paved parking lot paid for by the partners, and then there'll be some auxiliary parking that's used primarily for the rec facility that will be funded by through the county and or the town's portion of the construction. And just to give you a heads up, there likely will be a request for us to do a little bit of earthworks on the portion of the parking lot that isn't done. And I've said, yeah, I'm sure council would be open to that. I've said that we would want to get in there next spring before anything else goes in there, and it won't be paved. It'll just be a grassed area, and to move some dirt around, and I haven't formally committed. I've said, yeah, I think we would be open to that as an in-kind contribution. The town is making in-kind contributions. There's permit fees are about $80,000, and I believe they're making that contribution as well as some number of other things. They've hired a full-time lady to do the public relations, Marilyn Kaiser, who has a history, I think, with City of Calgary. She was Ralph Klein's PR lady for a number of years when he was with the City of Calgary. Take it for what that's worth. I'm not sure. So anyhow, so they've hired her, and they've hired Mark Brown to work on this project as well as a number of other things on a contract basis. So that's a bit of an in-kind there. So they're making a pretty good commitment. They're keeping us in the loop. Like I say, there was probably a couple hundred emails when I was away on vacation. They didn't send all of them to me at my request. I said, just send me the ones that I need for this particular meeting. So this is where we're at, and they're very pleased with the joint use agreement that council looked favorably on that, and at this point in agreement with the changes that council requested this morning. So I did receive an email over lunch from Mark indicating that they were in favor on those changes, as well as the school division as well. So that's kind of my report.
Any questions?
That big an area to play.
Okay.
You get it all in his pocket.
Maybe 6 was too long. Okay. Sure.
You went to Brooks to the MGA. What did you get out of that meeting?
To be frank, I got absolutely nothing out of it, but we had a good discussion, Rex and myself, with a fellow from Municipal Affairs that came over to talk to us about the Growth Management Board. And I told him my opinion, take it for what it's worth, is we don't have any growth or very little growth, and why are we in it? And we invited him to come out, did we not, to show him how little growth we have in Wheatland County. I think it was 1% or 1.2%. And he basically said to us, I think something to the effect, well, Strathmore has lots of growth, and that's why we're getting dragged into it. So anyhow, so I don't know if that's what you heard, but that's what I heard.
Yeah, it is. I kind of listened and kind of.
So I felt it was a totally useless afternoon, sorry to say, but.
That's what I said when I come back from Anna.
They didn't listen. They had, probably 30, 40 people there and probably 15 staff, and they didn't take any notes that I saw. And I don't think it's going to matter to Hillbeans, to the government.
I think that was the kind of my impression when I was at Cochrane too. In fact, everything we pretty much talked about is, we haven't decided. We're still discussing. So, yeah. So.
Yeah, and I had a bit of a discussion with the mayor of Brooks, and he felt the same way. He sits on the VRT with us now, and we've had a few good conversations. One of the other things I forgot to mention, I did talk to Martin Shields on Sunday at Milo. He happened to be